everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville, and welcome back to some Trench Crusade here. Actually, I forgot to look for where the heck I got these things from. They're on my mini factory. We're just gonna paint them up like this stigmatic nun. I think that's what that's called. Yeah, stigmatic nun. So we got some braziers here, which means some object source lighting there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, I keep forgetting to look where the heck I got these things from. They're I think, well, there's a bunch of different options. There's actually a lot of different weapons and stuff, too. Like, a lot of different weapons. So I'm just trying to. I can't quite remember where in the world they might have come from. I mean, I'd have to look at my. Let me see if I can try and find my mini factory page there. Well, we got two of these things that have object source lighting, two that do not. I'll put those over there. Let me grab. Here's another one that's going to have some object source lighting on it. 1 second. There we go.
So say we all.
Hey there, Loim. How you doing? Great to see ya. I hope everything's going well there, Loim. Thank you so much for the sub there. Oh, gee, actually, Loim, check this out. Too bad you weren't able to see this, because this is one that I sculpted myself there, Loim. I can send you the STL file if you want, but yeah, this was the one that I sculpted in. I almost said my mini factory. No, that was sculpted in the Eldritch Foundry there. I'm just trying to get this. Okay, there we go. Now we're there. So yeah, I painted this up last night. We did a little. There we go. A little bit of Rohan symbolage there. So this was super fun, Loin. We'll have to do some more of this. Try and make an Aragorn and a Boromir and such. I wonder. Let me see here. Wait a minute. I might see it here. Well, not that. It's not that one there. Let me see if it was this one here. No, maybe not. Maybe this one here. It is not that one either. So we're just gonna do some simple object source lighting here. So Loim, again, appreciate that. Actually, Armored Wolf, I did get that matriarch figure. I just keep forgetting to print it. Well, I haven't actually printed anything on the resin printers in what, a couple of weeks now, I think. It's just been a little too nuts there. So Loim, I hope that again the things are going well. Actually, Loim, I'll try to send you some more of the Lord of the Rings songs, because now that I have the paid version of Suno, it's like it is open season on music now. I've been able to make some really nifty songs, so I'll try to send you those, Loim. So Armored Wolf, how many build plates did you end up doing of those, like those basing bits and everything else? I would imagine there was just tons and tons and tons of them. So again, Loim, thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna try and make a Dropbox thing. I'll try to do a Google Drive too, but at least for the time being, it's gonna have to be Dropbox, I think. Hey there, Landrast. So Landrast is the usual crew hanging out there. Appreciate you being here, of course. Let's get some of this, more of this over here. Yeah, with all the paint and take stuff too. Geez, I forgot. I was just thinking about the extra class stuff they wanted to do. I completely spaced on all the paint and take stuff. So Loim, I'm guessing that you probably haven't been able to do a whole lot of painting of stuff. And I'm guessing that we probably weren't able to get to ReaperCon. Which now probably seems like a bazillion years ago. And Loim, yeah, we've been having a lot of fun with. Oh, actually, Loim, check this out. We did this one on Thursday. So remember that painting I've been talking about a long time, the one I did when I was 13? Well, that's this thing here. Like this guy. Yeah, oh, we almost got it lined up. Let me see if I can. Oh, it's almost lined up. Look at that. Now, taking out the trash. That's not code for nothing, right, Landrast? This is sure. Let's get a little bit on that. Maybe a little something here. Now, where's the other one that needs this? Some of this, some of this, and away we go. Well, I guess Landress, since there's none of the crew is there, is that going to give you the chance to kind of start knocking out the Smurfs there a little bit more? Gotta be careful not to snap this baby off of that. That's why I'm using this uh, filbert style brush here instead of those other ones, the makeup style brushes. It's choosing to do the super productive thing, right, Landrast? Well, hopefully, hopefully it's fun. I mean, sometimes those can just be super frustrating and less fun. Actually, well, let's see, Loim. Well, we're gonna start painting Christmas ornaments pretty darn soon. I mean, it's almost that time, like you're saying. It's almost that time for Christmas cards. Can you believe it? And Christmas ornaments. Let's see. I think I think I gave Arda to Summit. So I have to. Who knows? That might be the first Christmas ornament we do. Maybe we paint Arda again, because I'm pretty sure that was our Thanksgiving stream. Was Arda? I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that's what it was. It is never too soon for doing ornaments. All right, so we're going to do that, and now we're just going to take ourselves here another. It's gonna be a filbert brush. Maybe I can get away with this thing. Let's start doing some of our radiant gray here. Start doing some of that. Hey there, Camda. So Camda, now I wasn't able to do the little chat point reward thing. I'll try to have that for Monday, Camda, but at least we got this. Check it out. There you go, Camda. Uh, there, don't be hasty. Don't be hasty, Camda. Much like the autocorrect monster, now we can identify those who are hasty. Let's get, again, we're just doing this lighter, dry, brushy stuff here. That's all. So still not able to find out where in the world these things come from. I'll just try this maybe. I'm pretty darn sure I got them from my mini factory and not from Cults 3D. That's all a bunch of Kriegsmarine stuff there. That's not going to do it. That's not going to do it either. It wasn't quite what I was looking for, Camja. He was a little too cheery, right? He was supposed to be a little bit more sheepish. But I guess hobbits don't really have shame, Camja. Yeah, I'm thinking that hobbits, yeah, they're not one They're not ones to be that ashamed. So I get that was the most ashamed that I could get him to look. More of this here. Well, Loim, here's hoping that you finally get a chance to do some painting. I know, well, it's with all the stuff going on here too, I can definitely understand that it can just be super, 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 super busy. Not well, your 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 schedule is more well like ours here, which is well, there's a whole bunch of work that has to get done, and there's not an army of volunteers to do it, right, right, Loim? Which means you turn around, you're like, well, looks like it's me again. Oh, that is. It's like, what is that thing doing there? I'm just going to put a little touch of this out here. Try not to snap this thing off either. Yeah, Lime, it doesn't matter what time of day it is, doesn't matter what time of night it is, how early, how late, or whatever. It's just gotta get done. This whole day off stuff, right? It's like, yeah, don't understand what that's supposed to be about. That is talking about alien concepts, right, Loim? That must be something that the humans do or something like that. Not real sure what that's all about. Again, that whole sleeping thing, not sure what that's all about either. Starting to wonder if that's not all just like an urban legend or something like that. And people talk about doing it, they don't actually do it. Let's get a little bit more of this down here. Okay. Now, how's about we use maybe one of these guys? Maybe you with this and some of that. More dry brushy stuff here because reasons. And then we'll do our glazy stuff like you do. Because remember where'd you go? Where are you hiding? Oh, there you are. That's what we're ultimately going to be doing there. So Camden, if you wanted to share anything in chat, like always. Actually, Camden, did you get to do your stream? Forgot to ask. Now, Camden, I used to get notifications, even if it was like hours ago. I would still get notifications that somebody streamed, but apparently that doesn't happen anymore. So yeah, I wasn't sure if you actually got to do the stream you wanted to do. Well, this morning, really. Not so much night. Your afternoon, pretty much, right? After a very non-spectacular footy finals, we had ourselves one heck of a college football weekend. There was lots of destruction in the top 10. There was lots of destruction just among ranked teams, period. Georgia goes down at home. That's going to have repercussions. And I do believe that Illinois was 16-point dogs to USCA, and they managed to actually win that game. And actually, it was a game that they kind of had control of, too. Oh, gee whiz, boy, Camden. Yeah, I've never, I've certainly never tried that. I'm just thinking that you try streaming from a phone, that phone's just gonna catch on fire. So yeah, I've never ever used Wi-Fi for streaming anything. Not me streaming. It's one thing if all I'm doing is just trying to catch a YouTube instruction video or something like that. Armored Wolf, I'm not surprised because you saw that last play, right? They were still laying in the end zone. Like it's like all those people were just like on the field already. They barely hit the ground, Armored Wolf, and all of a sudden they must have got trampled. Uh, it's not going so great for Suey, is it, Loim? Actually, Loim, has the NIL thing just kind of set him back even further? Loim, I'm starting to see. We're starting to see that, say, certain conferences are definitely coming out ahead with the NIL stuff. It looks like the Big Ten is kind of your early winner there. Because I just don't see in the long term, and I mean, look at LSU, right? Look at Georgia. They are not what they used to be. Actually, well, when Vandy is 5-0, right, right, Valfera. Valfera said nobody ever. Vandy was looking ahead to their matchup with Alabama. Yeah, normally they're the team that everybody looks ahead past, right, Valfera? That's what I'm saying. That's another change right there. Actually, Loim, are they kind of perennial final or sorry, Frozen Four? Actually, when do they do the Frozen Four, Loim? I can never quite remember when that happens. Is that in February or is that in January? No, I think it's in February. So yeah, Valfera. Well, Valfera. It could be. That Bama going on the road spends a lot of energy and stuff. Now, does Bama? Oh, does Bama have a bye? No, no, no. They're playing. They're playing next week. So yeah, that's gonna be spicy, Valfera. That's gonna be very spicy. All right, we're gonna. And let me get more of this orange out of there. Let's take maybe this guy and let's start doing a little bit of our. Take maybe some of you and some of you. Let's start to lighten this up. No, we don't want the algids. Actually, we might be breaking those out for any blood effects, but. Or should we wait? Maybe we should wait and do some dirty down blood effects on that. That might make more sense. Nice to see you there, Artemico. Artemico, why don't you share some stuff in chat? I don't think you had a chance to share your stuff yet, did you? Yeah, I don't think so. Everybody, please give Candy Paints a follow. Now, you going to be streaming, well, let's see, what would it be? Later tonight, this morning, whatever, this afternoon for you? So, yeah, Velfair, I'm not sure. Has there ever been, well, it won't be so much a field storming Velfair as it's going to be like a field walking. I mean, they're not going to be that many. Let me see if we can fire this in there. Where's our other one? There you are. Arda Michael is the. I was thinking of the. Oh gosh, what was the name of the Polish, the bear, that Polish unit, and he actually ended up in a British zoo years after the war. Oh, and he was actually the symbol of the unit. And his name began with a V. It wasn't Vasi. I can't remember the bear's name, but he used to like cigarettes. Yeah, he liked cigarettes, and he would wrestle. He would wrestle guys in the unit. Uh, his name, and again, it started with a V. What the heck was his name? Nope, Valfira. There is a lot more printing to go. I think I maybe have 5 poses printed. Yeah, that's not quite 11, is it? We are a long way from getting those printed out. I haven't printed any resin stuff in. Woof. Again, it's been a while. The printers just started acting crazy. The resin printers, anyway, just started acting crazy, and Chiru Box became unusable. So that's pretty much put the kibosh on the resin stuff. So everybody check out the Instagram link there that Cammed Paints just shared, and everybody please give Cammed Paints a follow too. So yeah, that is a long ways away. That'll be sometime in October. Because remember, Valfera was saying I have to mirror those. So for your outside linebackers, for your defensive tackles, your offensive tackles and stuff, all that stuff's got to be reversed. Unless it's just going to be a team of right tackles and right outside linebackers, right, Valfera? Well, that would probably describe a Big 12 defense, right, Valfera? Actually, well, and there's let's see. I wonder, is this it? Nope, that is not it either. We get a little more of this lighter orange out here, and then let's go more towards just a straight up floral orange. And this is not the homemade. I was gonna use my homemade floral orange, but that is not up here. So we're using the Paul Rubens, which is fine. Oh yeah, and Valfair, thanks again for the containers. I'm pretty sure those are the ones that you sent, right, Valfira? I think they have to be. Let's drop some of that over here. Now back to this one here. Yeah, no idea what the heck they are. I mean, maybe they're not from my mini factory. I figured that they kind of had to be. I do have some of my own somewhere, Valfair. I'm not sure where the heck they are, but I know I did buy some for me. Unless I used them all. It's possible I might have used them all. Wouldn't really be surprised, Valfer, if I might have actually used them all. So yeah, no idea where those might be. They are absolutely positively vamuseled. You know what? We're just gonna chuck in a little bit more of our orange in a few areas over here. So Loim, I know it's kind of late there. So thanks again for the sub there, Loim, and I don't know if you're about to head off to sleep there, because I'm sure it's going to be an early morning tomorrow and just doing the usual work, right? Let's do this right here. So yeah, fortunately, Valfira, now those tubes of paint, they were never intended for what we did with them. Now, the whole purpose of those is just for me to take other tubes of paint and literally just squeeze the paint in there. So, I mean, it's no big deal. It's just, it was very, very frustrating to have to deal with, that's for sure. That's definitely going to be a long one for sure. Yeah, I do appreciate you being here, though. And remember, we still haven't gotten our latest light yet in the on that sensor. We're only just underway. What are we? 26 minutes in. We're working on 4 of these. Oh, actually, Loim, we did a whole bunch of dwarveses. What did we do, Valefair? We did 9 of these in a 10-hour stream or something. No, not a 10-hour stream, in a 5-hour stream. Yeah, we did 9 of these things. So Loim, I'll try to send you some of the. Again, I got a new nifty song for the Corsairs of Umbar. Actually, Loim, I'm gonna send you a couple of those just so you can, because there's one is like a traditional sea shanty, and then the other one is basically almost like death metal by comparison. Oh, and I got my Candish song too. Yes, for my We Three Kings Candish army, we got that going now. Yeah, they were definitely super intense colors there, Valfera, and it was definitely super frustrating with the tubes. I think the other thing too, Valfera, is that I'm also trying to film that in that new filming area. So it's imagine it's like trying to paint with your eyes closed almost. It is that level of weird, yeah, because it's a whole new area. Trying to get used to where the heck things are. And of course, the camera, everything about it is all different. All right, let's get some of that darker red into here, like so. Nope, nope, nope. Let's just use the thinner. We got the thinner here. Let's just use that. At least I remembered to go at the very last second. I remembered to run down there and grab this little dropper bottle of linseed oil because that was my last dropper bottle. And Valfira too. I just, of course, I lost track of where the containers that Grand Oracle sent, which were more like needle nose type containers. That would have that would actually worked pretty well, I think. Again, it wasn't so much about actually, Valfira, the one thing we are correct about is that for longevity purposes, you can't beat the the nail polish containers, right? Those are definitely winner chicken dinner. Actually, geez, Valfira, there's been a couple of times this guy has really chewed up your poster again. If you get sabotaged unfairly by the autocorrect monster, as you can see, you can bring him to the light of day. Now, check this out, Valfira. We don't have the little chat point thing for it yet. I'll try to have that for Monday, but look at this. Yep, don't be hasty, Valfira. Don't be hasty. Don't be a hasty hobbit. So Camden, I was very worried that, you know, GPT being GPT and such, that it was going to change it like Tasty or something, because it sometimes does that. The other thing too, Valfira, um, the blister packs is still going to be my favorite mixing container by far. And that was another thing that I didn't have that I really wish I had. I did not have the good old fashioned empty blister packs. It's been a while since I last prepped Dark Sword figures, so that's one of the reasons I don't have a bunch of those. So yeah, Camda, hopefully by Monday, I'll shoot you a message, Camda, to say, yay or nay. It's just sometimes, well, it should take about 30 seconds, and there are times, huge surprise, you now, working with slobs and streaming and stuff. It takes that 30-second process and stretches it out over like an hour and a half. It should take less than a minute. And there have been times where it's like 40 minutes later, I'm finally, after, shall we say, some spicy metaphors, finally done with it. Some very spicy. Now, I think no, we're gonna wait on that. Let's get this other, our darker blue. We'll just do this. Payne's Gray, Mars, Van Dyke Brown 2. I'm not even gonna. You know what? I think I might just do it. Might just do that after all. Here, let's get you back there. Whoops. That would have been unfortunate. Veilfira, I used to have stacks. And I don't mean like stacks of just blister packs. I mean stacks of ones that I cut open, perfectly cut the outside. Because remember, Veilfira, when I would use those, they would compress. So they were like a funnel too. They were like a mixing container and a funnel all in one. I really loved those things. Now, I guess this is the part that everybody loves to see. This is everybody's favorite part of the stream here, where we literally just mix ourselves a pinline wash here. Now, where's my... of course it's hiding over there. Okay, we don't need that. We're just going to drop all this onto here. So yeah, Velfira, that's why I never had any funnels, because I had the blister packs. And again, all you had to do is squeeze those things, and they acted just like a funnel. Fine, we'll just hit you with a little something there. Don't even care. So Camda, yeah, those blister packs from Reaper, I don't know if you've seen any of those earlier videos. They are really, really fantastic. Well, Dark Sword too, because Dark Sword, well, they're metal miniatures, so there's the clamshell blister packs. It's kind of weird, right, Loim, that we're kind of in an age where people are like, what's a blister pack? People are like, what is that? I don't know what that is. Yeah, Reaper Minis, well, they would probably be kind of on the expensive side for you there, Camda, just because of the shipping. Unless Reaper has a distributor out there in Australia or something, which they might, who knows. Alright, we're getting this dark going in here. And again, we're only 35 minutes in. That's it. 35 minutes ago, all four of these had Zippo paint. They were just dark brown primer. I mean, that looks a little bit different right now, doesn't it, Camda, than it did just a bit ago? Uh, Obviously, most people, they're not mixing their own texture paste using tile grout and glue. So most people don't have as much use for that kind of stuff as we do here, right, Camda? There's a little bit more do-it-yourself. Oh yeah, Loim, tile grout has proven to be one of the greatest uh, texture materials for basing. And actually, last month I got to use it as tile grout for the first time. I'd never actually used it. It was the pre-mixed stuff. And yeah, I'd used it for months and months. Never actually used it as tile grout until basically August. Or no, September. Yeah, it was. It might have only been August. I don't even know if it was September. Let me do this. Yeah, with the new factory, right? Right, Valfair. Okay, so I think all of them. Yeah, all of them now have the darker brown. So let's go back here. Let's move you out of the way because that's dangerous having that just sitting there. That won't just get tipped over. That'll actually be flipped over. Just go flying. Because that's happened on one or two vids, right, Camda? It's kind of funny, Camda. Anytime I get like a indication of a message from you, anywhere like soon after a video gets put up on the Patreon page, my first inclination is to think, wait a minute, did I didn't I stopped doing that kind of stuff in the sound tests right after some of those near disasters. Now again, this should be really, 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 really light here. Now let's put it this way, Velfair. There was almost some of those spicier terms used on that last video. And again, sorry I haven't gotten a chance to get the next one out. We'll be filming that tomorrow. So Monday will be the next video. Let me try to maybe throw a little bit of light in there. Okay. And we'll get this going in here. So yeah, I am coming up with absolutely zilch here on my mini. It might actually, maybe they're not from my mini factory, because I am just not seeing them anywhere. Are they in this? Oh wait, here we go. So they're Sisters of the Crown from Arcamundi. Okay, there we go. Finally found them. Sisters of the Crown. I almost said Sisters of the Clown. Sisters of the Crown, and that is from Arcamundi on My Mini Factory. Well, that was driving me nuts. Okay, I think we're starting to get there on our little sensor thing here. I think we can maybe do something like this here. Let me grab this. Let me grab some of this. a little bit of this, and let's try this. Remember, the big advantage of the Paul Rubens fluoros is that they set faster. Now, there will be the question, okay, what happens with those homemade fluoros? Are they going to set, this level quick? Probably not. Will they set quicker than the Marion Street stuff? I would imagine so. At least that's how I remember it going. Trying to work in a... Nope, that is still too wet right there, so we'll just have to work around that and go other places with this. A little more on... Is that a... Okay, it's a buckle. The dreaded buckle. Better thin that baby down. So yeah, there's a ton of options with these nuns here. Different head options and all kinds of weapon things or whatever. There's shields. More of that lighter yellowy orange down there. Let's go more to the orange. It's got almost more like a dry brush there. Now I'm curious, let me go back to this. Well, that's still a very close game. BYU and Colorado. That's I mean, it's sort of an important game. It's not really going to affect the top 25 a bunch, but it is going to affect the CFB or CFP, sorry, because somebody from the Big 12 is getting into the CFP. If you're a P4, right, Valfera, you get at least one team is getting in. Whoever the conference champion is gets in. Now, I'm guessing that the ACC and the SEC are also going to be taking some hits, although the Big Ten might be the same way. Because Penn State is just not, they're not a big game kind of team, really, unfortunately. They had the opportunities in that game, but they typically don't take advantage of those. That was pretty much vintage Penn State right there. Starting to get some of the later stuff here. Not the later orange. Anyway, there'll be a whole bunch more of this coming up, but now we're just kind of starting to feel our way through this. We're actually going to get some of the darker stuff here on the sensor as well. Actually, Velfera, I did take in a couple of the tomatoes. Some of the yellow ones. I'm hoping that there's kind of, they do a little bit of ripening in the house. I'll give them till like tomorrow or the next day, and then if they don't really look any different, we'll just eat those things and see. We'll see what they're like. I've no idea because the last time I grew my own tomatoes and peppers was over 20 years ago. Oh yeah, Loim, I'll try to send you pictures of the garden. That has been it was the plants went from they were nothing but seeds, as in like just seeds, not in the ground even or in the any soil in mid-May, to now there's even one pepper plant that's as tall as me, and there's at least two tomato plants that are taller than me, which I didn't even know that was possible. Yeah, Loim, I don't think I have any brown paper bags, so I'll have to get to the store tomorrow to grab at least just a couple. Doesn't really have to be anything fancy, right? It's a brown paper bag. But yeah, Loim, I had nothing, no kind of implements or soil or whatever, and I didn't even have things to stake them up. I was using like broomsticks, and even today I had to just like the neighbors were throwing away some trim because of the floods and everything. So they were redoing a whole bunch of stuff in their basement, and they were just throwing all that wood trim out there. So I was using that to stake up the plants because even all this, I got two sets of these like sets for staking up tomatoes and such. Went through all of those. So yeah, Loim, I've got. There's no standard pepper or standard peppers or tomatoes. They're all purple, orange, yellow tomatoes, peppers, all that kind of stuff. I knew that I wasn't going to expect tons of stuff because I just started so late. Now, of course, it depends. If October is warm, then that's a different story. If October is cold, there's not gonna be much of the peppers maybe, but nothing from the tomatoes. So the tomatoes, we'll see what happens with them. Of course, Loim, the cherry tomatoes just started coming out 2 days ago, something like that, maybe three. So I'm hoping that cherry tomatoes will be a little bit faster to set up on the vine. But yeah, Loim, it has been a non-stop. I mean, I spent at least 4 weeks just tilling soil in the back, just over and over and over again, just tilling soil. I think even to this point right now, if you were to step on that soil, it would be like you're stepping on fresh fallen snow, and you would sink down into it. I figure between that and the fact that, well, nothing has been grown there in over 20 years, that should be a good combination for the soil. It hasn't exactly been, overused. So again, that darker stuff, that should make this seem even lighter. And remember, we have not put our lightest light in the sensors yet either. There. Get that darker too. All the way down here. So you can kind of see the difference that starts to make. So Camden, we already have 2 or 3 tutorial videos on the Patreon page for Gasland style vehicles, and if you check out the regular YouTube there at Camden, there's definitely a bunch of different ones that we did. So I want to say there's at least five to seven videos on Gasland stuff already. Just like a weathering workshop. Actually, Camden, there was a whole school bus. Yeah, there's an entire school bus. So they're not just on the Patreon page, they're also on the regular YouTube channel. That's where we were taking rubbing alcohol and the various weathering powders. And we were literally painting with the weathering powders. So look in things like weathering workshop, or just again, you got that link, that search engine link. Just search, not necessarily Gaslands, but search weathering, and those guys will probably pop up in there because, well, there's a little bit of weathering, right? So yeah, Canada, we've done a bunch of that, and then again, there's on the regular YouTube channel, because I think we did stream some of those. I'm pretty sure we streamed some. Where's that? Oh, okay, we'll just do it that way then. So again, getting that darker stuff here into the mix. It's almost time to start doing some of our non-object source lit stuff here too. And of course, where did it go? I just had it here. Oh, there it is. I mean, this that's basically Gaslands right there, right? And then we do like a 5-part. I think it was either a 5 or 6-part series on this. Speaking of Trench Crusade, there, yeah. I mean, that's about as Gaslands as it get. Oh, remember, this is where we mixed our own homemade mud, using the oil paints and the weathering powders. Yeah, we made our own mud mix there. So yeah, there's tons of Gasland stuff already. It just may not be called that. I mean, yeah. Let's get a little bit of this on the end of the sensor there a little bit. Camden, that was something that I was really wanting to see. Could I make that for like years? I had done it in a small way in the past there, Camden, not really as heavy as what we did on that vehicle. So yeah, that was one of those little experiments, Cam, that I've been wanting to do for a long time. So it was really, really nifty to get a chance to finally do that. Especially since the was it the 8K interactive stuff? It all dried in the container. I mean, I opened it like twice to use it, and opening it up is all it took was for that thing stuff to dry out. And then I realized, well, it's basically just plaster and oil paint. And it wasn't the thin stuff that dried out. Remember, that was the heavier stuff, and that was the key clue. Because I went, yeah, they're using the heavier Durabond. There's also more of it in there, therefore dries faster. All right, Loim, thank you so much. So Loim, if I don't send you the songs and stuff like that, just shoot me a message. Say, hey, could you send me the songs? Camden and Velfair are constantly giving homework assignments here. Like, hey, just remind me to do this. Yeah, right, Camden, right, Velfair. You guys just mentioned something. It's like, oh, well, look, you just got homework. That's your reward. No. let's go back to this red here. So Landrast, is the cat as enamored with this stream as the cat was with the last one? Because that seemed to be quite the raptured attention right there by the feline. Gotta be careful with that orange there. Now, of course, yeah, again, Camden, I'll try to get that for the Monday stream. I'll try to get a little chat point reward for the hasty thing. And as I was saying last night, it'll most likely will be like a Hobbit door or something, because that seems to be that might be an easier symbol than trying to do like a hasty hat, because it just look like a wizard's hat. When you do like the really tiny, because the little tiny graphic, it can only be, was it 28 pixels across? Or is it even that much? It may not even be 28 pixels, and I mean pixels, not meg or gig. I'm talking pixels. That's it. So Landrest, you're not gonna have the iPad sitting on top of you there, so when the autocorrect monster shows up, you get nuked again. Come on, let me get that orange over there. So again, we've got our non-object source light stuff, and over there the cooler stuff. Now let's get back to this guy or lady. I keep forgetting. Yeah, we're just gonna go with a simple thing that has less chance of being spicy, right, Camda? Because also something that is a conical hat like that would be light might also be construed for other things. So we'll say nah. Let's just take it the safe way there. Of course, a hobbit door at that scale might also just look like a bullseye or something. So again, we've got these two and two more, and less than an hour ago they had no paint on them. Because again, that's how we roll here. That is how we roll. No fooling around. Yeah, here, let's get some of that lighter stuff in there. Also in there. Boom. Actually, Cam, I have to look and see like our Wapelius Spellbrush guy. I wonder if I can use him as like for when I'm not streaming, because right now I just have that picture, right? And I've always wanted to have a video or something. I wonder if I can just use the Wapelius Spellbrush. Wow, look at this. That's actually set enough for me to paint. I just realized I tried doing this about 10 minutes ago, and there was a big puddle of our pinline wash over there. Testament to how quickly that sets, and that is why less is more and more is way too much. So yes, don't be a hasty hobbit, Camda. Don't do it. That needs to all be lighter there, really. And again, the all of our glazy stuff that's starting to set, which means we can get in there now and do a little bit more of this kind of stuff. Starting to catch a few of these, some of the chainmail there. We'll get that up here. Nope, we need light down here, but we need a little better way to get it. I think we got it now. Yeah, it was another place. There was no way I was going to be getting at that. Let me see if we can start to indicate some of our later source light hits here. I mean, I realize this is the Omni channel, but we haven't had... What was the last object source lighting we had that wasn't, well, a planet? And again, we do have... we have some stuff for the Cavalry channel. Oh, and of course, Monday is going to be back to the 1/1800 scale ships, because I don't think I'm going to have time to print out, even if I get the files, which I haven't gotten yet, the sailing ship files. Yeah, actually, Camda. Ooh, you know what, Camda? There's another place that we can utilize the homemade fluoros in another test. That Army Painter series on the those Wolves of Isengard, because there's going to be lots of flamey stuff on them. We might need to. Oh no, maybe that's another place I can test those. We also, remember, we want to use the dirty down stuff for blood effects. More testing on that. Let me get to this one here. So there's the Army Painter series that's coming up on the... And I've been printing out casualties and warg writers for weeks and weeks and weeks now, and I think I finally have everything that I need. I think that would be... Is that going to be Army Painter Series 50? It'll be either 50... No, I think it's 48. Yeah, because the BFG ships, those are 47. So there's a ton of stuff that I'm trying to paint, like all of those orcs Camda that I'm going to be painting in October. Ultimately, I was hoping to be able to do some stuff with dirty down on those as well. I mean, if we don't have anything that's a subject matter for them and it's not painted and dry, then we're not going to be able to do a whole lot of testing, are we? So it's going to take a while to build up. What was the other thing that it took a while to build up? Well, even the those two miniatures that I did. What the heck were they? The War Crow figures. that we used in the video on that first test of the dirty down stuff. Didn't have anything to play around with until those were done and they were also dry. Minor details. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Got next videos, most likely going to be posted on Monday. It's something I'll be filming on Sunday. Let me get that, get that. Actually, Valfair, right now, I have no idea what the NFL schedule is. All I know is that there's basically a garbage Monday night game on. Besides that, I'm not really sure what else is happening. Well, there's been a little bit of a focus on again on the college game, so nice to see you there, Doji. So Doji, hopefully, well, Doji, I was doing some more garden stuff today. I was trying to do some emergency propping up of tomato branches. Because what I thought I had those all set and ready to go, it's like, no, those branches were actually going in a different direction, so we need to redo that. So I was scrambling today, and of course, now that the sun is going down sooner, man, those the skeeters and everything, those were really out like crazy. That was bugs galore while I was out there. We need some of our orange. We basically just have our brown primer there right now. I gotta get some kind of source lighting there. Holy smokes. Alright, there you go. That was looking a little peaked right there. We need to get some orange in there. So Doji was a huge day of college football here. Upsets galore, surprises everywhere. We'll see this week, right, Valfair? We'll see if like 10% of the players in the NFL actually survive, not getting season-ending injuries. Pretty much seems like that there's so many guys, not just like, oh, they're injured, but like, oh yeah, they're gone for the season, that's you can't even keep track of who's not playing anymore. Nope, I haven't seen that, Camda. Definitely have not seen that. That is going to be too late. Let's back away a little bit to maybe that. Oh, I didn't, these are not my usual bases that I made here. Just, again, time was of the essence, so these were actually printed Trench Crusade bases. They might have been part of this, or I don't know. They were part of something. Doji, if you want to share any of your stuff in the chat like usual, of course, please go ahead do that. So, happy Sunday there, Doji. Happy Sunday. I wonder, let me try to import some of this. There we go. We didn't really have our lighter. Actually, did I do the? No, I sort of kind of did. Well, here, let me. Forgot all about that part back there. But check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. Now, Doji, hopefully you might still have a chance to do some painting on this Sunday here. Or at least a little something. Well, actually, I mean that's not the worst thing in the world, right? Uh, right, Doji, because you've done enough of them and worked on them enough that you'll be able to. I don't know. We'll just say. I don't want to say paint them faster, but maybe paint them faster because you've done a bunch of them already. I'm trying to get me a little bit more of my lighter orange down into here. We need something even lighter over here on that edge of the armor because it is the closest thing to the to our source light there. Come on, a little later there too. Okay, so now we've been doing that. Now we have to start moving on to other areas here that do not have source lighting. And speaking of Trench Crusade, again, we have an army painting series, right? We're working on Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. So these are some of the guys we did in that series. Also, we did objective markers. Look at that with the source lighting. And then we've got the one of our vehicles workshop series. Again, this is probably like at least a 5, maybe a 6 episode series there. Yeah, well, Doji, hopefully some of the army painting series help because we don't quite paint the color test figures and the rest of them the same way, right? Because we're only working on one versus potentially up to 15 or whatever. So I was hoping maybe those actually can be helpful too, because you kind of see that difference. Okay, here's how we're going to approach one. Now we've got to break this approach down into many. Now here's the little candle like we were talking what we were talking about last night there with the different types of blending. This is obviously no blending brush. We're just going straight into it here. I'm just letting this brush do its own thing. And it's just kind of mixing along the way. No special blending brush. And you can see that is way lighter, right, than what's there. That is no little gentle transition or anything like that. Now, Doji, I'm glad that you can kind of take that approach, right? You're like, okay, I've got something usable, something playable. I can do something with this, and if I really want to, well, then I can do more with it later on. Hopefully that makes it a little bit more fun, a little less daunting, right, Doji? Don't want things to be daunting. Thanks, Doji. Appreciate that. And Doji, I'm constantly trying to find new ways to, or new forms of efficiency, right? New forms of efficiency constantly. So here again, it's just going to be some reflected light. We're just taking that same super light color, By the time we mix it into there, look at this. It's picked up so much of the paint that's on there already. It's like it's a dark. Again, that's some of our violet that we're taking. That's the was that violet purple or something like that? The not radiant color. Again, everybody please check out the Instagram link that Doji just shared. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. And then, of course, everybody please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda Paints is going to be painting on stream later on. And will also be streaming the oil paints. Yeah, we need our ambient cooler, less saturated color over there. Now I might actually grab me something that's akin to a blending brush here. Just a little quick something there. Reflected light there, reflected light here, but not the source lighting, right? Not that. Nope, don't need that over there. And it's almost like we have a drum magazine for a Luger over here or something like that. That's a interesting configuration. More of our, there we go. More reflected light down there. I mean, there's nothing that says, oh gosh, what was it? Some of those, they were the wraiths from the, well, basically they were in the Hobbit movie, but the Dogel Dur, that's right, the Dogel Dur wraiths, where we had a little bit of fire reflected on them, even though there was no actual fire on the minis. I mean, we could do that here too if on these guys, or yeah, ladies, whatever, that don't have any on-camera source lighting. So we're just trying to break the, actually, and just do that for right now there. Also, here, I'm kind of remembering to throw a little bit of my thinner down on some of these things to just kind of have them be broken down. Blending brush on that. Start to get some light up here. We might even change some of that to have like maybe a little bit of gold or whatever in there. We'll just maybe chuck some Indian yellow on it ish, something like that. And yeah, look at this. We're only 1 hour 19 minutes in. Now we're working on 4 of these. Where's so you can already see the difference that makes. And then of course here's one of them that just has no source lighting on it whatsoever. I'm going to break down some of that up there too. And here, let me get rid of all that extra junk. We don't need all that. And yeah, thanks for all the folks that were doing the bits and the subs and the cheers last night. We almost had ourselves a bit of a hype train. I think we had one this stream before. Now down here, this is where we're gonna again get the more of the ambient light stuff there. Let me just take this as a blending brush. There's some of that violet. Whoops, let's keep breaking that. There we go. Come on. Not going to do a whole bunch of stuff down there anyways, because that side's going to have a whole lot of the whole lot of weathering and powders and such on it. So yeah, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to invest much time into this. And this is where we find, army painting wise, right, Doji, we find some time savings versus maybe, okay, if we're just painting 1 or 2 or maybe 5 figs or something like that versus, well, we got to do ourselves 20, 30, 40, 100 for an army or something. So see you later there, Doji. I appreciate you being here, Doji, for as long as you can. And well, hopefully we see you on a happy Tuesday there, Doji. Yeah, it is, well, now we're actually an hour into Sunday here already. I'm fairly certain HMS Hood is what's going to be on the agenda for the Monday stream. Yet another ship in that and Britain's underwater navy, otherwise known as surface submarines. Let me lighten this up too. Let's see. So Velfira, another thing that's also being discussed is that when players went to training camp, be they college or pros, that was to actually get into shape. Now their off-field regimens are such that they might actually be almost like too muscle-bound and not flexible, or too much repetitive stress there because they're working out all off season. And that might actually be another thing that's contributing to the injuries, or they're just too strong, right, Valfera? Again, they're wound up so tight, and all of a sudden they get kind of stretched in a game situation, right, where they're getting hit. And the other thing, Valfera, is what is it no team wants to do in practice or preseason? Nobody hits anybody. Now you get into the game, right, Valfera, where everybody's going a million miles an hour, but they are not used to getting whacked like that. Well, let's put it this way, Valfera. Even when I was doing the home construction stuff, I was still doing my exercise routine and my workout stuff, but if we did something that called for a motion that was not part of my usual exercise routine, well, guess what? I was mighty tired and mighty sore because, well, whatever we were doing work-wise, that was not something that was part of my exercise routine. So guess what? It took a lot out of me. And that was exercising very intensely every single day. Let me do this. A little more there. Yeah, Velfira, and actually, Velfira, now I'm starting to wonder if the NIL thing is starting to have a little bit of a twist now. In that, well, teams like Indiana, remember we were saying like, well, Indiana, all of their anybody who's not a starter is going somewhere else where they can start. And I'm just wondering, Velfair, if we're starting to see, okay, these secondary teams, their starters are going to be basically about the same as the big boys, because the big boys are losing those guys that maybe could have almost started or could be starting for somewhere else. Now they do, but also guys are transferring so many times. I mean, it's kind of like, well, the APCC, that I think some of these teams are having a little bit of consistency issues. Whereas before, right, you had a guy who was going to be your starting center 2-3 years out. Now your starting center might just join the team like this week. And I'm just wondering if that's not starting to have a bit of an impact. And maybe teams that just, instead of using the portal for everything, if they do actually recruit well enough, maybe their top line players will not be quite that fantastic. But this whole thing with the injuries, right, Valfera? I'm just trying to think, how do you approach that in the NFL as far as your draft goes? Do you just get yourself more draft choices in that second and third round and just like really don't focus on the first round so much? And again, all this sports talk is brought to you by the Wappleville Sports Network, where we report the news literally before it is news. So BYU survives in Colorado. So that will conclude week number 5 in college football. And what a week that was. Again, there were some games that were really interesting that were not supposed to be. The other thing they're trying to figure out, Valfera, is penalties, which it's not just in the pros, it's in college. We're talking about, it used to be like, okay, if one team got 10 flags, Valfera, remember that was considered like a terrible, undisciplined team. Now you're talking about like Super Bowl contenders and top 10 teams that are racking up 10 penalties by halftime. Are they that undisciplined, or is it just referees? What's going on? Now, it was there. Here we go. So again, you can see the impact, right? And well, these should be pretty interesting for a film noir, shouldn't they, Valfir? Here, let's get that one aside and let's start doing again some of the lighter grays. That is not what we wanted to do there, so we're just going to erase that. I was going to say, I figured that was Bama that you were talking about, but I'm like, why Batman? The autocorrect monster is very, very busy. Oh, actually, I did do an animation of big acrylic. The picture that Recoil sent me. It wasn't, well. I tried the first time around. It was like, that's too weird. The second one was okay-ish. Not quite what I was looking for either. That's why we don't have that one up. Yeah, this is a little bit of a misprint right there, so it's going to be a bit flatter than it was supposed to be. We need some not. Object source light over there. What was it? I don't think it was in. Oh, it was. It was the. It was the Friday night game. Yeah, where there was a player. He got a. No, actually, it was the NFL game. Or was it? I don't. Maybe. Yeah, it was. It was the Seahawks game, and the coach actually benched him. He was that running back was having a good game, and then he had a really stupid personal foul call, but just very undisciplined. Threw the ball at the other player, something like that, and that cost him. That cost him at least a field goal, if not a touchdown. And they actually put him on the bench for at least a quarter and a half. If that happened more often, Valfair, that might make a difference. Speaking of players not being able to play, there is an Alabama, he's either a corner or a defensive back, who's not going to be playing in the first half of the Vandy game because in the second half he got called for a targeting. There we go. Okay. Again, just trying to get some of the light there on that mechanism. We're going to get some over here that is not, well, red anyway. So yeah, Camda, believe it or not, I mean, obviously it doesn't really look it, but that's actually violet. That is the purple. Let me try and fish this thing out of here. Violet blue. That's actually what we've been using for the most part on the metals here, with then a little bit of our, just a little bit of the white then. And even some of the not radiant, almost like regular radiant violet. More of that here. A little bit of reflected light there. That is not firelight, of course. Does that? No, that's not gonna. I don't think that's gonna pick up any of our firelight down there. What that is gonna pick up is probably a bunch of rust. Yeah, I think. Well, you also don't have some of the coaches like, say, your Sabins of the world out there, and well, and Bo Schembechler, and well, all the other Bows, right? That I think you did penalties like that. You might not play for 2 weeks. So I think that also is having a bit of an impact in the not too positive way. Nah, that's too much of that. We'll just, again, look at that. We just erased it. It's gone. So like we have an eraser. Yeah, we'll probably take some of our, maybe our Indian yellow, or maybe our Mars yellow deep, or both, to some parts of this headdress here, so that it's not all just the bluish gray. Edmonds. Actually, we're going to make this a little bit brighter, Valfair. We haven't even gotten to our brightest stuff, but then a lot of this is going to get darker. So we're going to be going both ways on the metals and the Also the source lighting, because we've been doing this 1 hour 35 minutes, and again there's 4 of them. So yeah, we're going to be going up and we're going to be going down on some of the fire stuff. The lightest part is going to get lighter, but all of this other stuff is going to kind of get toned down even more. But again, since we don't have the Chad Point reward, we just don't want to be one of these, Velfira. We don't want to be a hasty hobbit. We do not want to be a hasty hobbit. That's right. Don't be a hasty hobbit. Don't be hasty. Actually, that was one of the songs, one of the many songs I was working on. Was another, basically a Fangorn Forest type song there. The Ents Go to War. And that new combination of Suno with the GPT, oh my goodness, and all the annotations and such. There is only one problem there, Velfira, is that for whatever reason, and I don't think this has been happening until these last few, I'll be listening to the song and I'm like, that's not part of the words. Well, it's actually taking the annotations and it's singing them as if they were the words. Yeah, so that's one of the more unusual. I'm telling you, Vale, it's like I almost need to start a Patreon page of just like AI music and AI videos and stuff because there's nothing out there. Right, surface tension. There is. I'm trying to find anything to say, okay, how the heck do you use this thing? There's nothing out there. It's the same thing for the Eldritch Foundry stuff. I already have, between the 2 videos I did and the streams, I have more videos showing how to use their stuff than they do. Like anybody else and them combined. There's already more Eldritch Foundry tutorial videos done by me than everybody else pretty much on the planet combined. I know that's a total shock, right, Velfira? So again, here we got some of our light stuff there. Everybody please check out this Mastodon link that Surface Tension's going to post in a few here. Surface Tension also does the oil painting on the miniatures, so go check that out. So Surface Tension, I don't know if I sent you the Hasty Hobbit animation. I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. I think actually I might have sent that to you, maybe, Valfira. I know I sent it to Camda, because Camda needed to be warned. Of all people, Camda needed to know that the Hasty Hobbit was in action. Let me break this down here again, using that, letting that mix as we move along. So there you go. Yeah, look at the difference there. Everybody, check out that Mastodon link there. Well, surface tension. This is the with the AI stuff. Well, let's put it this way. I just learned another 1,000 credit lesson, or no, an 1,100 credit lesson. Because what I thought, I thought, okay, yeah, that other thing costs the 1,100 credits. This does not. And I was looking at a Skyreels tutorial. But guess what? All of a sudden, 1,100 credits was subtracted. So basically, that was a $10 lesson. And also, too, my result was garbage. So it basically took away 1,000 credits, gave me a terrible result. And if there was a decent video that actually explained that wouldn't have happened. Now that's fantastic. There's surface tension. And again, surface tension, congratulations on the research there. I'm still like I was saying yesterday. Well, it's just like me with this new combination of software. Basically, I'm just gonna say software that I never had before. It's completely changing how I'm thinking about things. Because before it wasn't possible, so I just never considered it. And now it is, so now I actually have to consider it. Now, Vilfer, let me see. Let's do a couple of different iterations of this. I think. Okay, yeah. Here, let's do this. We'll do. Trying to get these at the optimal angle here for our film noir. Okay, all right. This should be interesting, Vilfer. We're gonna do two separate ones. We're gonna do this. Is there any object source lighting? Right? I mean, okay, yeah, there's a little bit of shading, but does it really look like object source lighting at all? All right, let's bring it back. All of a sudden, look what just returned. Yes, our source lighting just returned. Again, contrast is more than just light versus dark. So say it the Book of Wapple, right? Now, let's I wonder which one of these. Let's do maybe this one. Because what I want to see is, again, we haven't done any kind of secondary value stuff on that. I just want to see, so you can see, look at the difference in the shading now. Because again, the object source lighting immaterial at this point, but look at the shading difference there. Film noir has value, right? Oh, and by the way, we're still not even at 2 hours yet. I have not even crossed the 2-hour plateau, as they say. Now, was I working on this one? I think I was. It never gets old, right, Valfira? Never gets old. And again, everybody please check out the links there that Surface Tension posted. Got some really nifty oil painted miniatures. Here, let me do this. Squeeze in a little more of the light in there. Also over there. Drop in a couple more lights over here too on these surfaces that are again closest to our source light. There. Also there, that don't go there. Well, looky here, we got ourselves a blending brush, just takes that right out. It's again, just like an eraser. Lighten you up a little along that part of the armor there, and then this, we need to change that edge over. Let me get this orange, some of the yellow. Not orangey enough. Let's try that. I think now we're getting somewheres. Try this some more, more thinner here. Boy, this really, that Paul Rubens fluoros. I mean, it goes rubbery really quick. Which that should be an interesting thing to see there. Camda is with our homemade fluoros. They certainly won't get that kind of rubbery sheen to them or whatever. But the other thing, I'm pretty sure, right, Valfair, we didn't have any of the alkyds when I was making the homemade fluorescent paints last time. That's going to be a big difference. Now, also a big difference here, we're going to start doing some darker things, and that is also going to kind of accentuate the source light. All right, because now we're starting to get this dark here along that edge and some of these other edges here too, like this one. Boom, look at that. Well, that sounds really good there, surface tension. Actually, well, I need to get to the store tomorrow because it's, well, it was 92 degrees apparently today, so I wasn't going to be making any dump cakes in the oven, but depending on what happens tomorrow, because, boy, it's been a while since I made one of those, but, I mean, I don't, if you don't have the canned fruit stuff, you're not making too much of a dump cake there. Little bit, that's too much of that here. Let's take a blending brush to it, get rid of that. Now also this, that pouch, just gonna get a little something on there, a little value, whatever there. That really shouldn't just be, well, white. Nope. Where's my red here mixed with the Van Dyke brown to get some really deep dark. This is not quite pearl. It's poor man's pearly and crimson there. Very poor man's pearly and crimson. It's almost like there's almost like a bankrupt man's pearly and crimson at that rate. I think surface tension we could use a wee spot of the medicine here. Thank you so much. Oh, that's right, Camden. Remember Berry White Green? And we wanted to test that out against some of the other oh yeah, greens. That's it. I wanted to do a Coertherian oil on greens because we have so many of them now, and not just okay, well, phthalo green versus chromium oxide green. It's more like, okay, well, we've got these couple of phthalo greens, right? We have the alkyd version of it, so again, a kind of a coertist along those lines too. Yeah, it's the taking whatever random colors, mixing them together, and it's like, well, yeah, that's close enough. That's pearly and crimson. Schmerline Schmimpson there. Nope, that's what we, whoops, it's too much of that. There we go. So that is also going to change things around a little bit here as we do some of this darker stuff. Now, actually, surface tension, I'm visualizing a graphic where a guy's at the checkout counter or something like that in an art store, and he's just kind of holding up his arms. He's got he's got his pockets are empty, and the guy at the cash register is smiling as he puts his one little tube of Pourline Crimson out on the counter there. And just for all of a sudden, surface tension, I'm visualizing that. We didn't really used to do this before, right? Surface tension, but now anytime, it's like a whole new dimension to puns, right? Surface tension, we can actually visualize the puns now. It's more than just a comedy club now, right? Surface tension. because we can literally make the jokes come to life. Yeah, you don't usually get this at a comedy club, right? Surface tension. It's another thing that we do on the Omni channel where jokes come to life. Yeah, I'm just imagining that guy. He takes a little quick trip to the Red Cross or something like that, right, Arda Michael, to go donate blood so that he can afford his that tube of poor lean crimson. Let me try to lighten you up here a bit more, perhaps. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Oh, we gotta lighten up some things here as well because of the way that armor is shaped. So yeah, surface tension. Oh, and thanks for the graphic too of the huckster, the big acrylic huckster too. I tried again. I tried to do an animation with recoils huckster, but it was not quite the motion that I told it. Huge surprise, right? It's like, here, give me 50 credits or 25 credits, and I'll make this not be at all what you wanted. It's like I won't even listen to any of the instructions. I wonder. Oh yeah, yeah. We never did get this stuff up here. Let's same thing like we did on the other one. We're gonna take the violet here, and yes, that is actually violet. That is not gray. That's just straight up violet there, basically. Changes that around, and again, the colors around it make it look well like it's just gray. Now that's for sure surface tension. Yeah, that was super funny. And again, thanks for making that and send it to me there. I think we might have to start making some stickers out of these too. Surface tension. Because we don't have any big acrylic stickers, come to think of it. So I think we might just have to do that. I'm just waiting for my latest batch to come in first. Because if you do a review and stuff and then let them know that you got them, you get some reward points for that. Where's my... Again, some of the violet. Maybe that should be a little... that should probably be the more the orange there, so not too much of that. We'll just take some of that away. This needs to be lighter for sure, not orange. Fine, I'll just take the blending brush to it. Back to something a little bit later there for the kind of for the top of the shoulder here. Hey there, Renlor. Great to see you. Let me see. Well, it's still not a happy Sunday there yet. So great to see you there, Renlor. Appreciate you being here. I know it's a super busy time, but thank you so much. Surface tension in some ways, I'm actually kind of glad that I never. And again, I still wouldn't have the paid version of Suno if it hadn't done that thing where it said, okay, here's what your songs are like, just with the way you've been doing it. But if you get the paid version, look at this. And I went, you got to be kidding me. And then once I coupled it with the GPTs, I basically am doing symphonies now. And if you think I'm joking, it gets down to the detail of, okay, have the sopranos go softer here, have the altos go louder here, then these guys repeat, then you kill this, then it's only the altos, back to the sopranos, and they're kind of fading as these other guys go to a crescendo. I mean, it is getting hyper detailed. And it's like, these guys are doing the bridge, these guys are doing the chorus. It's like, you gotta be kidding me. This is stuff that I'm actually almost kind of learning stuff about music, ironically enough, about the structure of music and how it's structured this way, which is kind of neat because that is not what I was expecting at all. Hmm. No, no, again, not too much there because we're going to do our weathering and stuff. Yeah, I'm going to be doing that. So we don't need to go too bonkers there. Now this, I'm going to try. I'm not so sure that might be the best. Yeah, actually, that is good. We need to do that. All right. Then we'll do a little more on that. Now let's move on to these ladies here because, well, we need to do that kind of stuff. Only it's going to be all across them, not going to be any of these source light stuff. Now, oh, well, we still have the Prussians out. Oh, that's right. We have to have the Prussian blues, right? Our new university that we created. Yeah, we need that. And the football field is just a parade ground. And the band, of course, the marching band is a military marching band. Back to the violet, just like what we were doing on the other ones. Only again, now we don't have the source lighting that we're going to be doing. Like so. So surface tension, I think I might have, I don't know if maybe it was a recoil. I'll try and send you the song, right, like the actual song. Then I'll send you the prompt, which GPT then turned into the lyrics. And then I'll send you the lyrics, and then I'll send you the annotations. And then it goes even further, surface tension. It goes beyond the annotations into the specific instructions for tenors and altos and sopranos and everything else. Because the last few songs that I made, it was almost confusing for me because it was like full on orchestra symphony with a gigantic choir. And I was like, this can't be something it just cranked out because it sounds like it should be in an opera or something. There you go. We'll do the first Lord of the Rings opera. It'll be the Silmarillion. That's yeah. There you go. The very first Lord of the Rings opera, the Silmarillion. yeah, surface tension. How many times have I said, of the 7 kids, I was the only one that never played musical instruments, and the other ones, like the person that played the fewest musical instruments, played 2 or 3. The average was between 5 and 7. That was like the average number of instruments that the rest of them played. Number of them that did the 2D art, basically 0. Which is still one of the more bizarre circumstances. And of course, I think you saw it already, surface tension, right? And we'll get a chat point reward thing for this, but eventually, yes, there will be a chat reward for don't be a hasty hobbit. You might recognize that there's surface tension. There you go. So yeah, one of the siblings, again, casual approach to music, wrote symphonies in 4 different languages. Again, just, a little light music, whatever. And now why I was starting to think, am I adopted or something like that? I was just a late bloomer, right? Surface tension. So Pendrake, well, you've seen all the puppet shows, right? And things like Dark Queen Schmaladrio, right? Dark Queen Schmaladrio, and of course, where is Al? There we go. Of course, L. Ron Hubbard, mob boss of Middle Earth, and of course Denethor, who advocates hang gliding, free hang gliding. Flaming hang glider, free hang gliding. That's it. Yes, the flaming version of that, of course. Actually, surface tension. No, you just got you've been trying to get yourself homework. You just got yourself homework. Just send me a note. So instead of the "So Say We All" song, we'll do a "We Are All Pigment Red 101" song. Yeah, just send me a note about that, Camda, because that could be very entertaining. Now look at this here. I wanted to do this. All right, we got this, and we'll use this one. Nope, wrong way. No, actually, this is the right way. Okay. So from here, you can see we're starting, right, to get our. But look at that. So that is kind of the progression, how we're going there. Might need to start creating some B5 tunes as well. We're doing all this stuff for Battlestar Galactica. Let me try a little more here. There we go. And up here too. So Camden, I'm thinking one of the first songs I might try is something like the Battle of the Line. Something like that for Babylon 5. That should be interesting. Here's the other thing too is actually Camden. I still haven't found the base star files on that. I know you sent me a link to them. I just and again, I haven't printed anything in red. Actually, I was seriously considering Camden printing those out on the FDM printer with the .08 layer height. And but he also has a resurrection ship too, right, Camden? Nice to see you again there, Tifu. Happy Sunday, Tifu. So Tifu, here it is. Remember the AON bus that we sculpted on the one of the latest tutorial videos on the Patreon page? We painted this up last night. Surface tension, that is bizarrely similar to what we're doing here. Because guess what? We had the dark brown primer. And well, all of our midtones here is basically, for all intents and purposes, a Payne's gray mixed with white. So in many ways, kind of well, great minds think alike, right? Surface tension. That's what happens. So Tifu, if you wanted to share anything in the chat that you've been working on, hopefully you haven't been like so busy you haven't been able to paint or anything like that. But yeah, you want to share some stuff? Go ahead. Ooh, wait a minute. So that's what the okay. That is not a. That's good to know for the other ones that that's not actually leather there, or a leather strap, I should say. Looking for a warmer gray there. Where's my blending brush? Fine, we'll just use you. And again, thank you, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page where you do the Patreon page thing. Well, better have a lot of snacks because you're gonna be busy trying to watch the 2,400. It's probably closer to 2,500 hours now of videos on there. Yeah, you'll be busy for a while. Yeah, surface tension. It's like stealing time, right? Surface tension. I mean, here we're going with Van Dyke Brown right here. If it's already on there, just via the primer and such, right? So much the better. That sounds fantastic there, Tifu. Ah, that sounds really amazing. And again, Tifu, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So we're just kind of using the blending brush to drag this on over here. Now we are going to do this. Where's that Prussian blue here? I was thinking about breaking up the our sky blue, but we'll just let the Prussians take care of it here. Nice to see you there, Gilded Brush. Nice to see you. Oh, and of course, Tifu, remember that ship painting that we were talking about that I painted many years ago, and we wanted to redo that? Well, there it is. We did that on Thursday, right there. Nice little seascape there. Which, of course, on Monday, we did Bismarck right here. So yeah, again, Tifu, if you want to share that, that'd be super. some of our, whoops, that don't go there. I gonna get a little bit, there we go. Some more of the thinner sitting on that radiant green there. Come on. You know what? I'm going to put maybe not too much of the green down there. We also need a little more reflected light there, like you do. Also over here. Another form of wet blending. Thanks, Tifu. Appreciate that. Now let's get into. Oops, wait a minute here. That's again our a little bit of our Mars yellow deep there. Fine. I'm just gonna use this brush then. Turn that into a mini filbert, and then there we go. Now we can rock and roll with that. Well, Tifu, hopefully, again, you can kind of get back into the swing of thing on a more regular basis with the painting once all that is done. But yeah, there's been a lot of new things discovered in so many different areas. We hit this now. Don't want to forget these. Let's get, again, some of the yellow-ish into that. Now we might even take a little bit of a, might be a little bit of a glaze or something with the Indian yellow into that, mixed with probably Terra Rosa. Or not Van Dyke Brown. Where's our other one? There it is. Thanks, Tifu. And we're working on, what, 4 of these? Yeah, 2 hours and 13 minutes ago, there was no paint on any of them. I know that's a huge surprise, right, Tifu? Big surprise that there was no paint on these when we started less than, well under 3 hours ago. And now we'll do this. And that. And we'll put some of that onto this, whatever it is. It's, yeah, I'm just getting a little bit of indication of that gold there. Now, how's about we take Indian yellow like we was talking about? Well, actually, that's the, that might actually work. That's the Winsor Newton Alkyd Van Dyke Brown, which is more like burnt umber. Well, hey, look, we're trying to respect the umber here. Some might say we haven't respected the umber very much in a long time, but technically we kind of have. So again, that's going to be a little bit of a glazy thing there. To again change the little tint of that. So seeing a bit there, surface tension. Enjoy. And of course, well, thanks for being here. Thanks for some of the puns, because that's given me a whole bunch of ideas. Yes, indeed. It gave Cam does some homework, but gave me some ideas. Camden, I can't imagine what their team colors would be. I mean, I'm just at a loss, right, Camden? I don't know. Do you have any ideas what the team colors could possibly be there? I'm just coming up empty. Camden, well, you're just gonna keep giving yourself homework because Camden, you gotta send me that a reminder. Yes, please send me a reminder for that because we cannot pass that up. Actually, Camden, shouldn't it just be Pigment Red 101? But of course, that would be Oxide University, right, Camden? Yes, indeed. Oxide University, Pigment Red 101. Some of that. We need to spice up a couple of edges, a couple of shadows here. Taking a little bit of a blending brush to that. So seeing a bit there, surface tension. Oh, here we go. So this is the, remember that was original, was that the Stigmatic Nun? That's it, yes. Stigmatic Nun. And these, not from Trench Crusade. I think nope, that's not the one. That is not them. Oh, there we go. So it's on My Mini Factory, Arcamundi with an A. Not Orcamundi, but Arcamundi. So as Arc as in Ark of the Covenant, whatever. So thanks, Cam, to appreciate that. I mean, all kidding aside, that's very perfect. And a team slogan, right? Respect the Umber. I mean, there is a team. I mean, obviously it's a pro team, but they are called the Cleveland Browns after all. And I think I know we were talking about a team that only played on dirt or something like that, but that would definitely be the your Umber U. They would just play on dirt. This rose, I'm just gonna say that's kind of like a Rosarius there. I'm pretty sure that's not what they call it in Trench Crusade, but that's what I'm gonna call it here. I'll see you later, Landrast. Appreciate you being here. Have a good night's sleep. I'll try to shoot you some messages tomorrow like usual. More darks, and then again, we still haven't done our latest lights in most places yet. We'll maybe start getting to that here. So take care there, Landrast. More there. So Pendrake, they might be playing that game in Europe. I don't know if that's being played in Dublin or something like that, but I think there's at least one NFL game being played in Europe or something like that. And it might just be Dallas versus Green Bay there. Well, Pendrake, we're still celebrating a fabulous weekend of college football. It all began on Friday with a massive upset, and the upsets continued unabated today. And then we had some near upsets. I mean, there were some real close calls, but there was a lot of destruction in the top 10, just like the title of the stream says. It was a bloody day on the college gridiron. Georgia goes down at home. Penn State goes down at home. Should have actually been able to beat Oregon. I'm just picturing, most of the teams in the college playoff are going to have 6 losses or something like that because there are no dominant teams anymore. I mean, there's ones that are decent and they have some pop, but gone are the days of the undefeated teams. It may never happen again. Because with conference realignment, there is no scheduling, like 1 or 2 tough games, and then everybody else is Northwest Southern Polytechnic, A&M, whatever. No more of that. Let's get our light. You know what? We need a little more light right in there too. Now, of course, it's going to be interesting because somebody is going to be 1-3 between KC and Baltimore. And if that happens to be KC, and I'm just going to call them San Diego. I don't even know where they play anymore. I don't care, but they're just always going to be they're either going to be the Harbaughs or they're going to be the San Diego Chargers. Oh yeah, Cam, go to the Googles there and look up the old San Diego Chargers fight song. It's basically like a disco song. And it's the San Diego Superchargers. Yeah, look up that old song. That is, we're going to have one of our college fight songs be something like that for sure, Camda. Because I think Suno could do something like that. Well, between that and the chat, actually GPT could do that. Yes, you have GPT do that. Oh my gosh, that would be hilarious. Taking our shield here, so to get some of the lighter stuff on that. Now, of course, no matter what happens on the gridiron, no matter what happens, no matter what the story is, big or small, and of course, we reported the Aussie Rules Football Championship game live here, of course. Every kick, every hand pass covered on the Wapoville Sports Network, of course, where we report the news before it is news. Now we're trying to. Did we get? Maybe didn't quite get enough of the Indian yellow in there. That's okay. We'll wait for that to set a little bit more, and then we'll try to dry brushy in some of that. We'll do that. Poof. So Cam, that final battle between the Minbari and the humans, right? It was called the Battle of the Line, I'm pretty sure. Thank you so much for the raid, Xbron. How you doing? Everybody, please give Xbron1 a follow. So Xbron, look at what we got here. Here, well, let's see if I think we can get all of them. There we go. 2 hours and 25 minutes ago, all 4 of these were totally devoid of paint, as in they had none on them whatsoever. Yep, no paint on them. No object source lighting, no non-metallic metals, no nothing. So everybody please give Xbron a follow. Hey there, MTNT, how you doing? Now last night on stream we did this. This is one of the busts we sculpted. Right, we did a little, just a quick, super easy freehand there. We did a little bit of wood texture there, and then a little Eowyn portrait bust. Stream before that was this. So I had a little fun doing a little bit of a nautical theme right there. Where's our, oh, and this was our Monday stream right here. Speaking of nautical theme, there you go, 1/1800 scale Bismarck right there. Thank you so much, MTNT. Appreciate that. Yeah, Xbron, it's kind of toasty here tonight, right? Very, very toasty. And of course, Xbron, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now we are, remember, this is one of the very first Trench Crusade figs we ever painted. We got some more. This is somebody else's stuff. Again, here we've done a bunch of Trench Crusade stuff on here. Actually, Court of Seven-Headed Serpent was some of the first stuff that we did too. We also did an army painting series on that too. Yeah, Xbron, it's part of our whole series of 1/1800 scale ships, of which we have done dozens now, as in literally dozens of those things. So everybody please give Xbron a follow if you can. So Xbron, I hope that you had a blast on stream. I'm sure that you did. What were you working on stream there, Xbron? Oh, and of course we're using the oil paints like always. Using the oil paints right out of the tube. Trying to get a little smidge over there of some extra little light. So these are they're called the Sisters of the Crown, and it is Arcamundi. Oh, I wish I had some of my Battlestar Galactica ships out here. I don't have one of those. No, don't have one of the back. Oh, I do have. From the same, using the Eldritch Foundry thing, I made a few new Wapelia Spellbrush figures already. We did this I think this was last Saturday we did that. And then here's another one that we sculpted. And again, we used the Eldritch Foundry here. Whoop, there it is. So yeah, sculpted that in Eldritch Foundry. Oh, here's some more of our, 1/1800 scale ships. Again, we've done dozens of those. Oh, thanks, MTNT. Appreciate that. And again, I don't have the. I thought I had one of my Galactica ships here, but they're all out in space. They're all looking for Earth. You check out the Instagrams, you'll be able to see a couple of them there. And of course, these and all the other stuff, once it's on Twitch, goes here. This is the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That's where all of our sessions go to reside there. So yeah, MTNT, I think we've done 7 Galactica-style ships already. And we've been painting those on our Armada Mondays. Again, along with a few other things, like the 1/1800 scale ships. Need me some orange. Drop that in here. More, maybe. Also thin it down more. Try that. Bingo, there we go. It's like it's lined up with the sensor, and yet for whatever reason there's no heavy duty light source there. Ah, that's fantastic, Xbron. Again, Xbron, you got work in progress images. I know you just finished that stream, but if you got, Discord, Insta, work in progress stuff that you would like to share, please go ahead and do that. And again, thanks for the raid. Appreciate that. Thanks, Xbron. Where's your? Oh yeah, here we go. Again, we've got a couple of these going on, and of course, we'll do a quick little gratuitous film noir to emphasize that contrast is more than just light versus dark, because all of a sudden doesn't really look too much like we have object source lighting now, does it? I think oh yeah, this way and then this way. This is again, a fun way to line these things up. We bring back the color, and oh well, looky there, it's like we have object source lighting, because of course contrast is more than just light versus dark. So MT, we do just a little bit of object source lighting. A couple of streams ago, I think was this last Saturday or the week before, we were painted what 9 of these? No, yeah, 9 of these guys in 5 hours with all of the source lighting here, and these are already up on the other YouTube channel, by the way. Yeah, these guys are already up on that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. And of course, the light sources take all kinds of different twists and turns. Like, oh, I don't know, here. How's about 4 light sources on Grievous there? Thanks, MT. And of course, thanks, Camda. And Camda, I was able to get a really nifty Kazadoom song for them. Actually, I got a couple. Again, using Suno, I was finally able to get the kind of song that I really wanted for them. So think like a 1930s Depression era style song, Camda, with some like a little bit of twisted dwarven drums tossed in. And again, I'll try to get you those songs. The reason I haven't sent you those yet is, well, there's so many of them now that I've rendered over the last 48 hours that I can't tell them apart, and I gotta like download them all. That is the one difference between, say, Skyreels and Suno. Is that Skyreels, it's way easier to rename the songs than it is in Suno. So you did find that, Camda? I cannot confirm nor deny that was part of an evil plan to just literally inject that song into your head for the rest of your life. Because once you hear it, you don't unhear it, right? You just keep hearing it over and over again. And it doesn't sound like 1970s at all, right, Camda? Not in the least. I mean, it's basically a disco NFL fight song. Let me go back to some of my. There we go. Now on the Rosarius thing here, we're gonna go with a whole different coloration on that. So we started with that red there, but now we're gonna go to a more magenta mid-tone and light on that because, well, fire, right? So yeah, we'll create an appropriate university where that would be their theme song. Yes, indeed, and every student does the electric slide or whatever the heck that is. Is there another Rosa? Oh, it's this one. Yeah, this one has it. No, this one does too. No, not you. No, that one actually doesn't have one. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So I'm not. Oh, so that's unfortunately that was in the early days of using GPT. It has a tendency to misspell things. Like, where's our book of Waffle thing? Do we actually have that here? Oh, here we go. Yeah. So well, you can't quite see it there, but yeah, it's spelled book with three O's. There was a Z there instead of an L. There was a Z there, so that had to be redone. That's for sure, Camda. That is for sure. And it was hard to spot there, Pendrake, because well, you didn't expect it. You'd like spell it like this, and that it would misspell it because it doesn't understand what characters are. It doesn't understand it as letters. It would be like us trying to read Mayan hieroglyphs. We could replicate the pictures, but we'd have no idea what it said, right, Grand Oracle? So great to see you there, Grand Oracle. I hope that today wasn't too busy for you. So great to see you again. All right, and now let's. Oh, yeah. This over here too. We almost forgot about this stuff. And thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting the links to the various YouTube channels. Again, check out the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Let's put it this way, Pendrake. I had to do this text myself because it could not spell it. Not even close. Let's put it this way. Well, I don't have that logo anymore, but it's part of this scene here. So, well, yeah, there should only be one L in Wappleville. Yeah, there's two L's at the end, only one in there, but it could not spell APCC correctly. Yes, I was trying to do a logo for the APCC, and it could not spell that correctly. Now we're going to get a little bit of this almost magenta type color in here. And you can see it's doing its own mixing there. It's all wet into wet. So great to see you again there, Grand Oracle. Now, oops. Wow, that's already starting to set over the gee whiz. Okay, fine. We'll get a little bit thinner over there then. Also, some of the Indian yellow. Now we're talking. And here. Geez, that's gotta be, yep, that's gotta be tough. More of our later, whoops, up here too. That needs to be later. And then that needs to be later up there. Grand Oracle, boy, it was a fabulous day on the college gridiron. Oh my goodness. Lots of casualties. These days, the college football rankings, it's kind of like a Jenga tower. except every week somebody just comes in and kicks over the tower. They don't, they're not like tugging at the little pieces or something like that. Every week somebody just comes in and kicks the thing across the room. It's just the way we like things. Well, it started out, remember Grand Oracle? It started out early on Friday with the Florida State upset. And then, and in that game, we found out too that there was almost 20 injuries in the storming of the field. Yep, Pendrake, but so many teams are losing. They're not just losing once, they're losing multiple times. You have teams that just 2 weeks ago that are in the top 10 that actually now have losing records. That happened sort of with Florida State, what, a couple of years ago, and nobody really thought that was going to happen again, and now that happens on a regular basis. Mass destruction. I mean, it is very possible. Now, of course, it's a big if, but if Vanderbilt can go into Alabama and win there, and these days, the way college football is now, that could very well happen because, well, Bama's already lost to teams that it shouldn't have lost to. And of course, the Big 12, they're beating up on each other so much, they're probably not going to get an at-large bid. It's very possible you could see something like four Big Ten teams in the playoff. Because gone are the days of, well, as long as you just had a good loss. Yeah, there are no such thing as good losses anymore. Because there's just too many teams that are losing too many big games. AKA Penn State today. We'll see what happens to Texas. Now, well, Grand Oracle, Tennessee, they should have lost today. Essentially, what happens is each week somebody gets crowned as, in the top 10, top 15. Then they go play an unranked team, probably a rivalry game, and then they lose. We are definitely seeing the NIL is really starting to have one heck of an impact. It's doing a couple of different things. It's not just maybe taking away high, high ability players, say from mid-range schools, and delivering them to the big Power 5 or whatever. It's kind of going the other way. You're having a lot of those teams losing their second string players. Then along come the injuries, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, there's parity. Now let's get a little bit of reflected light over here too. Blending brush time. So yeah, Wampoville should only have one L and then the two at the end. Oh, and Grand Oracle, I don't know if you, Camden came up with a new university because we were respecting the Umber. So Umber U is now it joins the APCC. Yep, the APCC, 10,000 teams, no academic standards. Everybody makes the playoffs, and the portal is always open all season long. As long as you got a uniform and a helmet, you can switch teams during the game. More light right here and down there, and then we take this as a blending brush and we'll push that around like you do. Boom, look at that. Oh, Grand Oracle, I don't know if you were in chat when so Camda is doomed now to hear the San Diego Chargers 1970s style fight song in his head for the rest of his natural days, or unnatural for that matter. And of course, that will join the Swampton Crocs and the Barton Barristers. And of course, Oxide University. And Ferris Polytechnic. We always said the conference is starting to fill out, right, Camden? More here of our lighter middle. Same up here. There you go. Haven't really done any of that over here. We need some right in there. Remember, we're not doing a whole bunch there because we are going to actually, well, we could probably get some of our weathering powder stuff on there right now. Because remember, if we put it on there while it is wet, it will stick to it. Maybe we'll use this brush right here. Because I was just about to put paint on that base, and I'm like, why am I doing that? Because we're doing this instead. And then it goes on to the feetses here. Boom. We did this in the Army painting series as well. There as well. A little bit on the back of that. So there we go, our powders mixing into the paint so that we don't have to fool around with any fixatives or whatevers. And the rest of that is just source lighting, so we don't need to deal with that. Oh, thanks, TNT. Appreciate that. Well, part of it is when we were doing, well, all of our Trench Crusade stuff, but this here is actually weathering powders mixed with oil paint. And that's, and we also owe weathering powders and plaster too. So oil paint and plaster, weathering powders and oil paint to create our mud effects here. And this again is one of our, that's one of our tutorial series on the Patreon page. We also again did the army paintings here. You can see it here again on there and on the base as well. Same thing over here on this core to the seven-headed serpent. That was our army painting series, and then here's another one of our sticky nuns, and this guy, as you can see, all of the powders on him. All right, there was no need to do any kind of fixative or anything. So yeah, cammed a little bit of plaster went in there, and that's again one of our army painting series. I think series 45. Yeah, series 45. Like here, why am I gonna waste time painting the base when I can just do that? And now, as long as we have paint on there already, which we do. I mean, if you're running through the mud, well, why are we doing the shiny metal down there anyways? We're not doing that. Now, if you're running through the mud, I just have, well, some of the powders that I'm using I've had since 2007. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these guys don't even exist anymore. But this is stuff we were given as prize support back in 2007. I still have tons of the, I think, not Eldritch Foundry, Eldritch Hobbies probably took over the secret weapon ones. I know what MiG Ammo has powders, and that's why, ironically enough, it was the MiG Ammo. What is that stuff? The mud stuff. I opened it up once and it worked fine. Then I opened it up again, it was all dried up. So that's when I said, I bet you that's just plaster and oil paint. And that's why we did that again. This is our tutorial series. You can see more of it right there. Camden, believe it or not, I got art supplies older than that. Because that palette knife that I was using in that tutorial video, Camden, I'm pretty sure that palette knife is older than you. Because, yeah, that palette knife was in use in the 1980s. So, yeah, I would think that that palette knife probably is older than you. Yeah, Grand Oracle, technically, I still, well, yeah, it's, sometimes it goes back a little ways, right, Grand Oracle? So, yeah, that palette knife, was in use probably in 1989, actually probably 1988 even. Can I go later than this? I think we can.
Who enters my domain?
We can also welcome in Scarecrow again. Thanks for another raid, Scarecrow. So how you doing there, Scarecrow? Thank you so much for the raid, everybody. If you're not already doing so, how's about you give Scarecrow exec a follow? And again, Grand Oracle, if you wanted to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead and do that. And the same thing there, Scarecrow. You want to share stuff you've been working on, why don't you go ahead and do that? So, Scarecrow, we are working on, with the oils, of course, more Trench Crusade figs here. We got 4 of them going on, and we started 2 hours and 54 minutes ago. Yeah, and yeah, we got the source lighting. We got the. We just did some weathering powders there, and we are doing the non-metallic stuff. And here's the 4th one there. These were just a dark brown primer about 2 hours, 54 minutes, and 39 seconds ago. Last night's stream was this right here. It's another one of those Eldritch Foundry figures that we sculpted. Again, a little light freehand here just to kind of give it the Rohan feel. A little bit of wood grain stuff there, and then a little bit of portraiture there on it. And that was printed out in FDM, by the way. Stream before that was this, a little bit of 2D art of a nautical nature, and then Monday, since it's Armada Mondays, was also of a nautical nature. There we go. That's a little bit of Bismarck right there. Denmark straight color, or a camo scheme right there. Actually, Scarecrow, did you raid while we were doing that? Thanks, Grand Oracle. And again, here's we've done tons of the FDM printed busts here. Here's another one that we did that was also printed out in FDM somewheres. Oh, here we go. There's another one right there. Again, that was printed in FDM. Well, here we go. And of course, we've done a whole bunch of where's our terrain stuff here? Let's gear up some of our terrain here. There we go. There's some of our hobbit holes. Also FDM printed, also painted with the oils. Where's my Easter? Oh, here we go. There's another. Again, that's another terrain piece. It was FDM printed. And let me see. I think if we scroll down a little bit further. Oh yeah, here's now that's one ship, 3 pieces there. Of course, there's our Candish yurts, and I think no, that's well. Here's one of the buildings that we made there. But is this one of our? Oh yeah, here's some other terrain that we also painted with the oils. That's not 3D printed. I was looking for my Easterling stuff. There it is. There's some more of our FDM printed buildings that we painted. So again, Scarecrow, if you wanted to post any links in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now we're gonna let's do some. Let's go. Oh yeah, we were doing some of our lighter stuff here. Let's get back to that. Breaking this down with some thinner. Now, Grand Oracle, the autocorrect monster has been busy, but there's something else to show you. Now, I haven't had a chance to do a chat point reward, but I'm hoping to have it for Monday, Grand Oracle. So again, now Grand Oracle had a post in the chat that was unjustly modified by a savage, filthy creature called the autocorrect monster. So if you also have one of your posts, again, modified in an unfair fashion by the autocorrect monster, you too can bring him to justice, expose him to the light of day. Because what is it the dark, foul things want to do? They want to remain in the shadows. Now, check this out, Grand Oracle. This is what happens when you're a hasty hobbit. There you go. Yes, don't be a hasty hobbit, Grand Oracle. Don't be a hasty hobbit. Still don't know why that sound does not play there, Grand Oracle. But yeah, Grand Oracle, I'm hoping for the Monday stream that I'll have that set up as a chat point reward. It's just Streamlabs sometimes makes that extremely painful to do. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Scarecrow just shared, and everybody please give Scarecrow exec a follow. So again, Scarecrow, appreciate the raid.
Who enters my domain?
Speaking of raids, how about we welcome in Hackathon? So Hackathon, how you doing? Everybody please give Hackathon a follow. So Hackathon, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? Why don't you do that? Well, you know we're working with the oil paints like always. We are painting some Trench Crusade stuff here. Less than 3 hours ago, or 4, there's 3 of them right here. Just easier to grab 3 and get them on screen. So these had no paint on them whatsoever. You can see this one's a little bit further back. It's closer to the primer than that. That's just dark brown primer. That's what we started with. So there you go. There's again that there was no source lighting. There was no nothing on these things 3 hours ago. Have a good night's sleep there, Grant Oracle. So great to see you. And of course, Hecatone, look at this. We did another one of our sculpted. This is a sculpted bust. We made this in Eldritch Foundry, complete with the label, the plinth, the clothes. We did kind of a portrait bust right there. And then we added a little, again, just simple freehand there to kind of give that Rohan feel. Nothing terribly complicated about that, just a couple of horsies. And that was another FDM printed thing. And Hecatone, here's our Thursday stream. A little bit of a ship right there. And oh, wait, more ships because Monday, well, is Armada Monday. So there's Bismarck right there. So Hecatone, again, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Where did that brush just disappear to? There it is. We're kind of getting into some of our lighter highlights now in a few places. Everybody check out that Discord link that Hecatone just shared. And while you're at it, everybody again, please give Hecatone a follow. So thank you so much for the raid, Hecatone. Appreciate that. Wasn't sure if you have to kind of skedaddle off and get some shut-eye there or get some breakfast there, Hecatone. So again, check out those Discord links right there. And then again, please give Hecatone a follow if you could. So Hecatone, maybe I don't know if you know when you might be streaming again. Give folks a little heads up there when you might be streaming again. So again, Hecatone, appreciate the raid. This is part of our Saturday extravaganza here. I'm gonna here. Let's get some more. Well, we're using our umber here, Camda. We're trying to respect the umber. Ooh, that should probably go up there too. A little bit of the umber there. Also, right in there. Hey there, Snipes. How you doing? This looks like Saturday and Tuesday. Can't everybody please give Hecatone a follow. So hopefully you made fantastic progress there, Hecatone, and hopefully you're kind of on target with all your projects as far as time frames and such. So Snipes, I hope that you are doing well. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. More there we go. Some of that down over there. Now, Hecatone, hopefully you can kind of get back on track there. Kind of find some of that lost time. I know that can be frustrating, right? And I know you've been working really hard towards a bunch of different projects there. But of course, I mean, well, if if you don't get 100% of everything done, as long as you keep hacking away at it there, it'll certainly be more than zero. By not painting it at all, then well, nothing's going to get done. So, and here's hoping that you can just kind of keep hammering away. And again, if anything, it'll be well that much more done for another thing. Yeah, Hecatone. That's we kind of talking about with some of the army painting stuff and other things that well, if you do it once, how long did that take, and do you want to do that dozens more times potentially? Well, here's hoping that you can get caught up on that commission. I know that is a super important thing. And again, everybody please give Hecatone a follow. Now, Hecatone, does that mean, well, I guess maybe a little bit extra streams or something like that to be able to work more on that? Because I know some folks, they'll tell me that actually they tend to get more done on streams because they're streaming, right? Instead of just saying, well, I should be doing something else. When you're actively streaming, you're hopefully not thinking that, right? So some folks, they will use the streaming to kind of focus themselves. So everybody again, check out again what Scarecrow posted there, and give Scarecrow exec a follow. And also please give Camda Paints a follow. Try to catch a little bit extra light along there, also up there, and then along there. So again, on the stream last night, we were covering the Aussie Rules Football Championship, the Premiership game live. Geelong, a pitiful second half, as in a non-existent second half, but it was all covered on the Wampelville Sports Network, of course. Every kick, every hand pass, every bounce covered here on the Wampelville Sports Network live as it happened at the G. So Brisbane Lions captures the Premiership of 2025. And once again, Geelong is almost there, but not quite there. That wasn't I saying that right, Camda? That I think, well, at one point they were outscored 70-7 in the second half. If that's week 1 or week 2, okay. But when that's finals footy at the G in front of 90-ish thousand people, that's a little bit of quit right there, wouldn't you say? That's quitting time. That right there is quitting time for sure. So for all our Brisbaneites there, they get to enjoy themselves a premiership this season. I'm going to try to get me a little bit of reflected light there, also here. And I just took the same stupid magenta color that I've been using, just chucked it over there. Oh, thanks, surface tension. Oh my goodness. How did we not think of this sooner, surface tension? How did we not think of this sooner? The University of Welshlandia. UW, surface tension. Actually, surface tension, could you, well, you just got yourself some more homework. You're like, wait a minute, I just did an assignment that I wasn't even assigned. Well, now you just assigned yourself. Yes, UW, University of Welshlandia, known as the Cadmium Greys. I think, haven't we created about 3 new teams here on the stream? We firmly believe in punishing those, right? Right, surface tension? Yes, all of those deeds must be firmly punished. Especially the good ones. Let me see if I can get a little bit of, there we go. Oh, that's what, now we're seeing what's going on. All right, let's then try it this way. There we go. Now we're getting there. I was like, wait a minute. We were basically putting the shadow side on both sides. Gotta be one or the other. Can't be on both. Now we're getting somewheres. So there we go. And again, Hecatone, here's hoping you can get caught up on stuff. And I know that's very frustrating. Yeah, let's do some more of the light here on these. I'm guessing they're rivets of some kind there. So again, everybody, actually, Hecatone, why don't you post those again? Your Discord links there. Go ahead and post those again so that people can go check those out. Oh, let me do this here and a little more there. A little more light over here. And oh, just more reflected light over here. And again, everybody give Hecatone a follow, and of course also check out these. There you go. Check out that Discord link right there. That's got to be a Discord link because it's a mile long, like all Discord links. So go check that out. And there's another one for you. So go check out those Discord links. Let me lighten you up a little more. Also here. Also here. And there. Yeah, we needed to fish in a little bit more of our light there. Ooh, how's about more of it back here too? So I don't have any ability to do that there, Hecatone. People wouldn't see anything if I clicked on it. Actually, Hecatone, if you could just shoot me either a like a messenger link or an Instagram link or something like that, so I could check it out tomorrow. That'd be fabulous. Hackathon, I don't have. Oh, there you go. Everybody be like Camda and go check that out. Yeah, I don't click on Discord links during the stream because, oh my gosh, all kinds of weird stuff happens to the cameras and stuff and to the sound. And of course, well, nobody would see anything anyways. So thanks, Hecatone. That'll be fantastic. Boom, there we are. So just a little bit of our lighter stuff there where maybe some of the dirt or dust or whatever has been chipped away. And more of this here. Oh, yeah, we got no light back there. We have to have some. Because basically kind of reflecting one of our stigmatic nuns. This is a 3D printed My Mini Factory. And who makes these again? I can never remember the name. It's just bizarre. Let's see, I think, oh yeah, was it Archimundi or something? Yeah, it was Archimundi. And again, they're on My Mini Factory, and I'm pretty sure it's Archimundi. See you later, Scarecrow. Again, everybody please give Scarecrow exec a follow if you could. That would be sensational. No problem there, Hecatone. Again, thank you so much for the raid. And here's hoping you can get caught up and such. More of our light there, a little bit more, maybe a little bit more up here too. a little bit of a reflected light there. Now let's try to get caught up on this one right here. Where's our... Let's use you for now. Back to our violet, just like before. Again, that's that Paul Rubens color. Too many chunks of stuff in there, right, Arid? How you doing? There's been a lot of autocorrect monsters so far, Arid. Lots of autocorrect monster. We also have a hasty hobbit now, Arid. So, Arid, hopefully you were able to stream tonight. And again, everybody, please give Arid a Ken Wife a follow. And of course, Arid, if you want to post some your Pinterest link in the chat there, please go ahead, as always. There, everybody, please check out that Pinterest link there that Arid a Ken Wife just shared. So Tfue, it would depend entirely on what, of course, the colors of the minis were, right? Because it's very different for, say, something like this versus, say, something that's a Blood Angel or something that's maybe a Dark Angel or, what am I thinking? Imperial Fist. So generally, anything that's going to be moonlit. Well, I think you saw the series, right, on that one figure where it's moonlit, and all of the colors are that the shadows are harsher. There's no reflected light, and everything is more of a bluish gray. Now, again, should you be unjustly, your post be unjustly modified without permission by the autocorrect monster, you can bring him to justice, bring him to expose him to the light of day, just like Arid a Ken Wife just did right there. Again, that is the autocorrect monster. Now, of course, here's our new thing that we'll have for Monday there, Arid, is the Hasty Hobbit. Again, don't be hasty, especially with the oil paints. Do not be hasty. So, yeah, if you remember there, Tfue, everything, again, the shadows, very harsh light, but very little reflected light. And also, too, if you're going to have a brighter daylight kind of a scene, your highlight or your sky color, doesn't matter whether it's metal or not, doesn't matter. It's going to have more of a bluish tint to it, however that gets worked in. So yeah, Ira, there's been a lot of autocorrect monster during the stream here. So yeah, I'm hoping, again, by Monday to have a chat point reward thing so that people can redeem that and again, let folks know, give them some helpful advice. Don't be hasty, especially not with the oil paints. Don't be hasty. And anything with dusk is going to have, well, most likely some kind of reddishness to it, right? Because you're going to have the sun's rays going through the atmosphere there at a low angle. So probably more of a reddish tone to things, but also more not quite more dramatic shadows. Yeah, that's what you probably have if you got the sun coming from a lower angle. Whether that's sun up or sun down, you're going to have some very dramatic side shadows there. Versus the kind of light that's coming more from straight down, if you know what I mean. So again, everybody please give Arid a Ken Wife a follow and check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared. Again, some still working on the Gundam stuff, right? Now here we're going to get some of the Prussian blue into this. A little bit of a color change there. Not a bunch, but some. That'd be fantastic there, Tifu. That'd be sensational. And again, if you wanted to post anything there, Tifu, in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We're just going to take it super simple here. Just chuck some of that. Oh, that's not part of the cloak or cape or whatever the heck that is. Don't even care. Now we'll air it again. Here's hoping that things just calm down to a low roar instead of a massive roar. And again, like we were talking about, you have to kind of gear yourself up for streaming, right? And kind of, again, shake out those cobwebs like we were talking about. And sometimes that takes a little while for that to happen. Let me lighten this up a little bit more here. Let's get something, I don't know, edges, like do this thing over here, because we just slammed a bunch of red all over that. Let's just get rid of that, like that. Enough said, done, whatevers. So yeah, that is going to be, and you can't, like we were talking about, right? You can't, as much as we would like to be awake 24 hours a day, you can't be. And you can't just say, oh, okay, you just did that here. You're in timeout, go to your room. Can't quite do that. Trying to again get more of our lighter stuff going on here. Now remember, this one, this was our least developed one, and all of a sudden here it's not taking terribly long, right, to get this one up to speed with the others. Now, of course, it's, here we go again. We'll get back to our object source lit ones too. We're just trying to get these guys, or ladies, caught up to them there. More of a little bit. Yeah, it's, ooh, here we go. Let's mix that. Get that in here. A little reflected light there. Not too much, because again, we want the powders there to have that impact, don't we? We just put them on there. No sense in wiping those out. Here, let's get a little something on that drum magazine, like you do. And we'll do some of that. We'll do some of that here. And now there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Ace McDoom. Appreciate that. That is most welcome. So does like everybody run around here with open flames, or is it? Am I just imagining things? He's like, I think you're just imagining stuff. It's the pipe weed. He's like, no, I think you have like an open flame in your hand there. He's like, oh, it's not really open. It's inside the sensor. It's like, yeah, okay, I'm just out. Gandalf is he's had enough, right? Ah, so you don't really like him either, do you? He's like, I don't know. He smells kind of funny. Yeah. So he said something about hang gliding with no hang gliders. Like, yeah, that's my new thing. I'm really into that. He's like, I think you only get to do that once. See what happens on it. Whoops, I move this for a big Gandalf sick. There it is. There it is for Ace McTome. Oh my gosh, and he aces. An ace for the ace. That is a big Gandalf 6 for Ace McToom. Thank you so much, McToom. Appreciate that. Oh, wait, let's get back to the. There it is. Yeah, it's the first 6 that we've had in quite some time, Camden. I think it's been at least 2-3 streams. At least. And that happens for Ace McToom. Appreciate the follow. Now, that whole hang glider free hang gliding thing that Denethor's getting into. I think he may not be quite clear on the concept with that. Again, I mean, it's fun once, probably not so much fun afterwards. So see you later there, surface tension. And thanks for yet another team because well, remember, in the APCC, you can be from anywhere. There's no restriction. There's no regional restriction on the APCC. You can be from everywhere and anywhere. So yes, more schools created for the APCC on this stream. So thanks for doing that. It's always hilarious. It's kind of Camden. It's like the silly Marillion, but of college football. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Creating all these legendary schools, these legendary programs that never existed, but should have. Try to darken down the gun. Oh, and it's here too. Let's Payne's gray, a little bit of our Mars black. Fine, we'll just turn you that way. Let me get this going here. All right. Ooh, never did get our dark over here on this arm. Now we're getting there. Okay. We did, yeah, we got our stuff on the helmet there. Let's get this chest plate going. More of this. Also, this. Now let's get some lighter stuff happening on the cloth here. Now I feel a little bit better about throwing in some of our Windsor red there. So, yeah, we're gonna keep breaking this down. And again, 3.5 hours ago, these 4 miniatures, how much paint did they have on them besides none? They had none. Again, we've only been painting here for 3.5 hours. That's the oils for you, right, Camda? We're not saying, we're just saying maybe you can get those projects done a little bit quicker, right, Camda, if you was to use the oil paints. Maybe. It's possible. We only do it every single day on stream and also on the vids, right, Camda? Now again, this can be a little bit warmer than our other ones because we're not having the object source slide. And in a second, we're also going to set this one aside. Oh, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Oh, look at this. There's a red reflection on the armor. I wonder why. Oh, that's because the armor is facing towards this red cloak, so maybe that red should reflect on it. Who'd have thunk it, right, Camda? Boom. We don't like to measure things here in days or hours, right, Camda, or even minutes, but just seconds. Why take forever to do something that doesn't need to take forever? So there, we went a little bit later with that red, so now that is going to do all the mixing right there. Boom. And let's get some of that over into this side of our cape. Let it mix, do the stuff, whatevs. And that is how we get this stuff going in just, again, 3.5 hours. You know what? Let's maybe chuck a little bit of that over here. Don't need it back there. How's about a little reflected light over red on that too? Yep. Where's my, there's my violet there. Because that's not facing towards the glare. That should not be red-ish. And there we go. Let me try some more of this up here. More this way. A little bit of light there. Now, we can't have dark on both sides here. So what we're going to do is, here, let's start with our light. We'll do this. More of that. And this is not our lightest light either. We can actually go lighter than that. But first, let me grab this, get a little bit of our Payne's Gray, and that will go there. Good to roll there now. Okay, back to some even lighter here. Boy, just that little drop of thinner in the in our alkyd stuff there, Cam. It does keep it very usable. Just again, a little tiny drop of thinner. That's all it takes. Now we're talking a little later there too. Come on, there we are. Also here. Alright, more of that lighter stuff down here on the hand because there's no fingers. Get some fingers going on that hand. Yeah, we never really got a chance to do the latest light stuff here because we were going on to the other figs to try and get them caught up to our source lit figures here. Starting to get some more light in that head crest as well. That's again your ambient light there. Yep, this needs some light from above. Same over here. Down, around, more light there, a little there, and then a horizon line there. Fingers. Yeah, let's throw a little extra light maybe on this. Whatever this thing is, no idea. I'm sure it has a name, but I don't know what that is. Tricksy, tricksy, tricksy right here. I think we still need to get a little ambient light on that. Also, this thing here, we might have to come back with our dark and separate you a little bit there. Yeah, we can always do that. No biggie. Will be no problemo. Did I might solidify this edge with our darken a bit. These things, I wonder, should I hit these with the, yeah, let's just hit these again with the Umber University here. Pigment brown number 7, I believe, is a typical burnt umber pigment number. Oops, wait a minute, wrong shelf. That's not it. Pigment brown number 7. That was pigment brown number 7, and something cammed out. I think it was one of our tutorial videos or something, and I went, you gotta be kidding me. There's burnt umber in this thing? I don't remember what it was, but it was a surprise. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channels. There's actually 2 of them. Because, yes, the original channel is still, obviously, we're still posting stuff there. In fact, I think a new video just went live on there like 3 hours ago. But this is where, so you want to see these, like the start of these, you say, oh man, I missed the start. You subscribe here to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there, and there will not be any ads there ever. That's not what it's there for. The only reason it's there is just so that I can take my Twitch sessions and put them somewhere. Because again, Twitch didn't let you do the highlights anymore. And people want to be able to kind of go back and say, okay, how was that part done again? Or if they never saw it at all. So yes, go subscribe to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. And Armored Wolf is kind enough to toss in that link right there. So Armored Wolf, well, there was a part of me, well, you're going to be doing so much stuff down there. There was a part of me that was like, well, do you ship, like pre-ship a suitcase of stuff down there? Just to make sure that you have what you need to maybe get some things done, just on the off chance. But then I was just like, no. You go through all the trouble and expense of that, and of course it would have to be sent back. it was just it was like it was just a hope there. It's like, yeah, maybe nah, that would be way too much effort for probably not a whole lot of return. That's why I forgot to do camda is have that thinner sticking over there. Uh, Again, it should be really interesting to see what happens with the homemade fluorescent paints for sure. Again, are they going to dry as fast as the Elkids? Definitely not. Will they dry faster than the Marion Streets? Definitely will. Yeah, Armored Wolf. Well, and other individuals are going to make it more work than it needs to be, right? I guess that's kind of what made me go, nah, never mind. Was that if it was a normal thing and kind of not having all the weird stuff, that might almost be viable. But this, the way things are going with that, not quite right. That's not quite how things should be working. Uh, Let me do this here. I'll try to be on the extra alert for messages there, Armored Wolf, while you guys are there, but just because I would imagine you'll you'll want to, for sanity's sake, be able to say, "Hey, guess what happened today?" Come on, there we go. We'll try to cut into the sensor light in a few places, kind of like what you see here. Remember, we said we were going to try and lighten up some parts of that, and then we still have to get in here with essentially a like a lemon yellow. This is still just yellow right here. We have to get even lighter in there in a couple of spots. Maybe a little smidge of light up there too. You know, I'm still going to hit that with some of the yellow there. Not necessarily needed 100%, but just going to do it anyways. Taking almost straight up. There is still the tiniest bit of yellow in here. Just about ready. And in you go. Like that. And then another little bit of our light right in here. And just now we got to make sure we get these rivets with some kind of light on them. Also, this needs to have its latest lights. Well, I keep thinking of a certain GIF feed that I send where somebody is celebrating a certain beverage. I just keep thinking of the pictures you sent me of, well, I'm thinking Gen Con setup there, Armored Wolf. That's what I'm thinking. But not like for the weekend. I'm thinking like for breakfast every day. I'm thinking something like that. And then, of course, you top off at noon, and then again for supper, because that's going to be thirsty work for sure, no doubt about it. Now, okay, now this has to be the cooler red. So we're instead of using the orangey type colors, the yellows and such to highlight the cloth, the burgundy cloth, we're going with something that's a bit on the cooler side here. A little bit on the cooler side because, well, we got the warmer side over there, don't we? Ooh, how's about this? Where's that violet again? Seeing as how that's nowhere near, yeah, that shouldn't have any of the orangey light face in it. Where's my back to my red there? So looky there, look at that again. Now here, let's take a little bit of the umbar. Oh yeah, respect the umbar, Camda. Again, I'll send you those Corsairs of Umbar songs. I just basically because I send him to Recoil and he'll say, "Oh, I like the first one better," and I really have no way of okay which one to him is the first one because I know which one is the first one to me. So what I might do is if I send you three of them, that'll have to be three separate messages. So that way you could just say, "Hey, look, maybe the one from message one is to go with," because it'll be a little bit clearer. That's kind of one of those hard lessons learned. Somehow that got way over the top. Okay, got that taken care of. Let me do this. Get all that out of there. Yes, we still have our light stuff over here. Let's refresh these rivets there. Also get some lighter stuff happening up there. Another rivet there, another rivet over there. A little more light over there. Let me do this. Go back to this one. I think up in there we might have to actually do some darks again up there too. That's yeah, we might have to do that, especially on the headdress part there. First though, let me hit the highlights on that. Some cleanup on some edges as well. Keeping our paint as thin as possible. Minimal amounts of paint, and by thinner doesn't necessarily mean like super liquid, as in very, very thin down. With the oils, remember, essentially you can dry brush almost everything because if you do it when the paints are all wet, well, that is wet into wet blending, even though it is a dry brush because, well, you got wet paint going to wet paint, don't you? Guess what? That means you're doing wet into wet blending. Only it's a dry brush. Yeah, Armored Wolf, it's a little, well, I was just going to say Milwaukee, kind of a tough thing there too. fine. I'm just going to darken the whole thing down and we'll just come back and hit that. Now let's do this. Let's do some reflected light again of the... here, let's take some of our radiant green. A little bit of the radiant violet. We have radiant gray. Boom. Alright, we'll see you later there, Tifu. Thanks for joining here. Hopefully that you'll, again, be able to use some of that info there on that project you were talking about. So thanks again, Tifu. Appreciate you being here. And yeah, well, if we see you on Monday, again, don't be surprised if you're seeing more of the 1/1800 scale ships, because that's kind of what we got prepped right now. Oh, you know what we didn't do? Okay, fine. Let's take our burn dumber again. Like we did on all the others, but we still haven't done that on this one yet. Come on, there we go. Now here. And again, we've done a couple of series. I think I've done, well, the Vehicles Workshop series, the Army Painter series, a couple of individual episodes. There was one where on the Patreon page we did a giant version of this, like 72 mil. And then here's, this was one of our Vehicles Workshop series. We took you from the prepping of this thing, drawing up, creating the freehand, then transferring the freehand, then painting the freehand, then all the weathering and such. So that was very, very, very elaborate. That was at least I'm going to say that was at least 5 episodes, possibly 6. I think it was 6. I think all the mud and the weathering stuff, I think that was probably episode 6. And we created our own, basically our own mud material for that. Getting back to my tiny scrunch of orange here. That's a new measurement there, Camda, a scrunch. Because we've had a scotch, but now we have a scrunch. That is a new system of measurement there, Camda. No problem there, Tifu. No problem. Yes, we just did a scrunch. I don't know what that is. It's not a lot, but it's more than a little. But it's always enough. Come on, give me a little touch of this orange. There. Oh, yeah, and this drum mag here. Let's do that too, yep. Blending brush, blending brush. We'll use this one. We scrumble away at that. Oh, we need some of our here. Let's go back to some crimson. Combine it with that to get a nice little dark. So it's the little bit of our indigo with the crimson color. Come on, we need to separate. There we go. It's like we completely lost track of that edge. Now we're all good to go again. Good to rock and roll. Let me just go with this. Let's just take this. Hit that again, and this up here. Back to some of our later stuff again, sure. Let us do that. And again, now as we enter into hour number 4, now I guess you could say we sort of had a color test figure to start with because we had that other stigmatic nun that we were matching. However, I've never painted these before. In fact, I haven't even seen these things until I was prepping them. I think it was it? Yeah, I think it was made just earlier this week. I was prepping these things. And again, I think it's what is it, Arcadia or something like that is again my mini factory. Now there are spicier versions, so this is kind of the regular version, but there's also a spicy version because Trench Crusade has a lot of blood in it and also has some other things, again of a spicy nature. Needless to say, we did not prep the spicy ones, not for Twitch, anyways. We didn't get anything down here that's even remotely a mid-tone, so we're doing a little something there. And again, what's the Army Painting Series? I think it was Series 45. That was, again, Trench Crusade stuff. We took the Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. We did some regular figs. We did 3 objective markers. That's one of the objective markers there. We did water effects, blood effects, tons of weathering with all the powders and everything else. Again, that is on the Patreon page. Along with that Vehicles Workshop series we were talking about. I will eventually be, there was a terrain video or 2 that I wanted to do. Not quite as, I wasn't going to just take 3D printed terrain. I was going to try and just use like really basic things, not even the more expensive, say, insulation type foam, but just really garbage foam, cardboard, stuff where you can kind of make some bargain basement Trench Crusade terrain maybe. Instead of, again, showing out for printing things. Again, some things it's just easier to print them out or less expensive to print them out. And then there's other terrain where there's really not as much of a benefit there to the printing part of it. That can't just be a line there. We had a weird little line. I will now lighten that up. Here we go. We're getting there now. We are getting there. Not sure, did I get all the lighter stuff that I wanted in the sensor? I think I did. Double check on that. Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I think we've gotten our lightest yellow in there. So again, we are now at hour number 4. And these things again started with nothing on them except just the was it ebony flesh primer, a dark brown primer. That's it from a Stynylrez. We did some lighter dry brushing of a few things. Some of it was, of course, the source lighting, and we began with that first. Why would we not start with the source lighting and then say, okay, whatever's not lit, well, then we'll paint it the ambient color. And of course, our little flashlights. And there's just tons of different varieties of these things. They come all different colors: green, orange, purple, red, blue, whatever. There's just tons of different ones of those. Just get them on Amazon. They're just little LED, kind of like little party lights there. That's all they are. You do want to make sure you don't get the flashing ones. But you could take, again, take your miniature, you shine that light on it, and then you go, oh, well, okay, look, I'll just take a picture of it now that I've got the light on there. And also, where's the thing with some shadows on it here, which one of our guys had some, where's Dooku? Where is he hiding? There, well, this guy too. So that was indicated by I shine the flashlight here, and it said, "Oh, look at this! There's a shadow there." So again, that is another handy thing. We just took one of the red flashlights, shined it on there, boom, and it was all good. Nice to see you again there, Symes. How you doing? Happy Sunday. Here's hoping your Sunday is off to the proverbial fabulous start. Wait, there. That might need to be a little bit on the lighter side over there. Let's do that. So thanks, Symes. Appreciate that. All right. Let's do that here. Oh, we need another little batch of light on the end of this pistole here. And then on that part of the drum magazine. 9 times we had I'm going to try and get this up on the Instagrams tomorrow. Just kind of been waiting for the things to dry so that we can maybe have some of the shinies taken care of. And then, of course, well, we'll get this up on the Instagrams as well. And remember, we took step-by-step images of that too. Yeah, we got step-by-steps of that. Take some of this over here. Oops, that's a little too much thinner there. A little too much thinner. Also here. Now what? Yeah, we'll do a little bit more of this. Some stuff here. What about these items? Let me go back to this orange. No. Guess we need more thinner in that. Now we're talking. I also need the ever so slight. I mean, these are these little gemmy stones here. Should maybe see that? Look at, we'll reflect a little bit of the firelight on those, because that should, right? Catch the edge of that there. Anything led? There we go. Let's do this. And I need a, whoops. Okay, then there we go. That went a little bit astray. I think we need a darker horizon line with our burgundy here. Let's try some of that. Bam, there we are. Now this over here, we actually should probably get more ambient light, which, well, look at this. We'll go back to our fabulous purple violet color there and then do some of that. That kind of gets it off of the fire color there, because that's literally facing in the opposite direction of the fire, so maybe not so fiery there. See that? Super easy to make that change. That was not difficult at all. But again, look how we have this light, then dark, and then light again. Back to our violet here. Let me try. I'm just getting back to my reference here real quick. 1 second. There we are. Wow, I was using the whatchamacallit yellow, the Naples yellow hue like crazy last night. No Naples yellow hue touched yet. It's like totally untouched over there. That was not how I was thinking that was going to go. Now here I'm going to try about a little bit of our metal color. I know we got lots of rusty stuff happening here, but I'm trying to get a little bit of our metal color there. Some of this white to mix in with the violet there. Mostly just for the little couple edges of that where maybe some of the mud or whatever dust has been actually knocked away or scraped away. Yes, that's the thing. Weathering can be weathered away. I mean, that's rust can be essentially scraped away by contact and such. That's why that's one of the more interesting kind of weathering effects, to have rust and whatever that where it's kind of scraped down to bare metal and it's kind of shiny in amongst a whole bunch of rust. Actually, here, let me go back to the fabulous Umbar color there and keep forgetting we've got ourselves a strap right there that probably shouldn't be the same color as the metal. Maybe something a little different. Maybe something just a little bit different. Okay, something like that. We got our withering powder in there. No sense in fooling around with that anymore. Oh, yeah. Let's get rid of this. I'm actually going to just... Here, Paul Rubens. Let's get our fabulous orange out there. Because sometimes, especially in these later stages, we like to just kind of dry brush on some more of our floral light. Now, here's another one of those flashlights. I'm not sure if this was one of the violet ones or one of the orange ones. What is this one? Oh, there you go. So again, you could just shine it like that, and again, that would also look at it. See the foot there? Look at that. See how the foot's casting a shadow? Again, with all the dust here, I don't think we're going to do that. I'm super tempted to, but again, maybe you do this, and then you take a photo, and then it tells you what you need to know as far as colors and, well, exactly where is that source lighting going to hit it. So we'll take this here, and I'm just going to, since this is hyper translucent, I'm just going to dry brush this over the top here in a couple of spots. And that should also give us some extra spicy orangey color there. Come on, all the way down in there. See, that gets even more intense. You know what? Fine, I'm gonna maybe take a little bit of the floral yellow too. Like that. And where's our, here's our other one. Let's do that. Doing our dry brush thing again here. This here. Actually, that's not a leather strap. That's a one piece. Oh, there's my orange again. Back to this orange. There. These, oh, yeah. Alright, that needs to be de-burgundified there. We need to make that. Get our violet going again. Here, this kind of purplish tone, and boom. Just like we did on the arm. Looking at this going, well, that ain't right. Let's do a little bit of a change there. Because the object source lighting, well, it doesn't reach that high. It also doesn't reach this either. So let's get some stuff on the fingers here. Alrighty. Now this. Minus that piece of fuzz on the end of the brush. Okay, that's more like it. Because we were missing all of that. And now maybe I can come back with the darker stuff to secure this little line here. That edge. Boom, there we are. So again, we will be on our Monday stream, probably HMS Hood. Again, unless there's some kind of weird defect with the print or something like that, that should be the 1/1800 scale ship that we're going to be doing. I wonder, is that going to work up here? Little extra dark on that, around that. These rivets here. There's something amiss over here with however these fingers are sculpted or something. We're also going to darken that edge down a bit more. Now we got it, and then that's gonna. Yeah, I think we went a little too far with that, but we'll come back the other way with our light color here. Let's do that. Like this. There we are. Now I'm also going to put in here. Wait a minute. Let's do this. right here. We're missing against some more of our lighter metal color in there. Blending brush, sure. Any brush can be a blending brush. Come on, like this. Starts making that look a little rounder. Nope. Thin this down. Refresh. Also that. Touch of the light up there, and then more reflected light down over here in this area, like that. And there's, I think, do we ever? Yeah, let's try to get these rivets in here. Let's go back to our really light stuff here. Break that all down. It's getting a little bit bigger than we wanted, which means we'll take our darker gray and just snip away some of that, like you do. But now we've been doing this for a little over 4 hours. Here, let's do a quick review of our stigmatic nuns here. Oh, I want to get the, here, let me get some of our brighter red in there on this one. So again, here's what we got so far on our 4. Again, none of these had any paint on them when we started. None at all. Where's my, that's the one I'm using. So this is, again, here we can let a little bit more of the, say, some of the yellow get into our red highlight, if you want to call it that, because we don't have any of the fire stuff, right, for it to play off of. So we can actually use a little bit more red over here, as in the warmer red. Down here into that part of the cape, we're going to use maybe this guy as a blending red. And we're just doing a tap, tap, tap motion. We're not drawing it down like that, because all that is going to do is essentially erase paint or smear it. It's not going to actually do any blending. Not at all. Now let's get to some of our very latest of our metal colors here. Shoulders for sure, that would definitely catch a bunch of light, wouldn't it? And the neck here. Top of the helmet, reflected light. Some more of that light here. So I'm going to again get this one caught up to where the rest of them are. Fine, we already used it as a blending brush elsewhere. It's already got a little bit of paint on it. Let's use it again. Again, here's some more light there. Really punches that up. We got more rivets over here. Let's do these. Let's do those. Again, reflected light. Some there too. See if I can get something much now. Again, something like this. We could. That's why I'm doing stuff like this, because I want to be able to take the dirty down again and do some experimentation with that. We get this little more reflected light there. Now we got more of these little rivets here and these crazy straps. Also the regular light on the shoulder armor. Plus that. We're getting there now. Okay, and then this reflected light over here on the neck. And now we need to get these highlights on the helmet all the way up here. Tons of them. And we're a little bit shy on here. All this, the stuff where the head crest is, kind of our golds there. Boom. Fine, I'm going to put a little more reflected light over there, I guess. And then this needs a whole nice lighter edge. All of this on the helmet. Can you see that? Looks like it. Come on, this edge too. More of these rivets. Same deal like we did on the other side. We got to do that here. Get that caught up. Now there's a little bit of reflected light over there too. And yeah, we are still working with, for the most part, our alkyds here. Paul Rubens, the Winsor Newton alkyds, known as the Griffin colors. Couple of advantages with the alkyds. Well, first of all, they tend to be cheaper. Are they going to be as fabulous as, say, a Series 7 Williamsburg? Well, they better not be, because one Series 7 Williamsburg is going to cost you almost as much as a whole batch of, say, the Paul Rubens. So there be, we have to figure, okay, so exactly why is one color the same price as 30 and yet no difference in quality? So that's, there's going to be a difference, and we have noticed it. I've done videos to even highlight that, including one of my most recent tutorial videos was kind of show the difference between qualitative wise from the alkyds to the regular oil paint. So see you later there, Camda. Thank you so much for being here, Camda. And again, I'll try and get you those. Don't be surprised again if, if they are in either separate mess, or I'll try to email you those maybe and try and like number them for you. So that's it. That's what I should do, is try to email those to you. So appreciate you being here, Camda. Thank you so much. All right, one more little deal here. Let's get this bar on that over there. Okay. So again, our next stream, it was going. It's not that far away. Technically, it's tomorrow because it's 4 o'clock in the morning on Sunday here. So it will be Monday. And again, painting another one of our fabulous 1800 scale ships. But I do think I'm going to, now we've been doing this about 4.5 hours, and we're just about, we've got these pretty good here. Considering that there was no paint on them when we got started 4 hours and 24 minutes ago. So let's do a little thank you for Armored Wolf for doing all the moderations besides being super busy. Very, very busy, so thank you so much for doing that. Whoops. Trying to get one last little bit of our Prussian blue in here. Also over there. And thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids, because yes, we had some raids too. Actually, several of those. And of course, those are very much appreciated. Let's do a quick little look-see here. What we've got. One last little shot of light on the corners there. There we go. Okay. And I'm gonna see if I can grab two of them in each hand. It's not the easiest, but I think we can do it. There we go. Okay. So we'll do a little parade formation here. There it is. Look at, there's four of them right there. Again, we started out with no paint to full-on object source lighting and non-metallic metal, all that good stuff. So I'm going to get the raid countdown underway here. Again, appreciate everything. And of course, well, we'll be doing more Trench Crusade stuff. We got some other fabulous figures that I'm prepping almost as we speak. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on Monday.